Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the March 25th meeting of Courtenay City Council. I'm Acting Mayor Doug Hillian, sitting in while the mayor is detained in a provincial meeting, and I will relinquish the chair when he arrives shortly. Mr. Shaw is acting as city administrator because our acting administrator is in the same meeting. So I'd like to acknowledge as we start that the land that we gather on is the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. I'd like to welcome staff, council members. We have Councillor Morin online, and we have a number of visitors and presenters in the gallery today. So thanks very much for being here. Our first item on the agenda is the adoption of the March 11th minutes. A motion for adoption, please. Moved by Jolliker, seconder. McCollum. Questions or comments? Anyone opposed? Those minutes are carried. We have the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission meeting minutes from February 5th. Moved by McCollum, seconded by Jolliker. Questions or comments? Anyone opposed? That is carried. And we have a presentation from the British Columbia Automobile Association's Evolve e-bike and e-scooter pilot project outcomes and next steps. And I believe we have David Holzer with us. Is he online? He's in transit. Okay. In that case, we will move to item 4.2 on our agenda, Experience Comox Valley, the Municipal Regional District Tax Plan Update. And we have a presentation by Tanya Massa from Experience Comox Valley. Welcome, Tanya, and go ahead, please.
Hello again. Oh, is this on? All right, thanks again for having me here. I am Tanya Massa, the Tourism Development Specialist with Experience Comox Valley. You have all heard me present lots of times, but excited to be here again today on the traditional and unceded territory of Comox First Nation. Very grateful. So I'm here today to provide an update on the MRDT. Some of these slides might be a quick reminder and with some new information to accompany it. So the MRDT to date, the Municipal Regional District Tax Program, has been collected within the city of Courtenay for the last 5 years, and it is the largest source of funding for the regional tourism service, Experience Comox Valley. $2 million of general MRDT has been generated over the last 5 years at the 2% collection rate. And then we've used those dollars to leverage an additional $800,000 in Destination BC co-op grant funds. The co-op marketing grant can be applied for if you are 3 or more communities that come together to market as a region, to promote and market your area as a region. So that's been really beneficial to be able to utilize those dollars in our funding and activities as well. The Tourism Advisory Committee reviews and provides recommendations for the budget each year in the annual plan, and there is representation from all communities across Comox Valley region. Currently, we are sort of wrapping up the industry support there on the bottom left and moving into the local government support part of the process for our application. I've presented to Cumberland Council on Monday. I'm here tonight, and then in Comox next week to request local government support, and we will be taking that to the regional district next, and then submitting all of our documents and everything to the province. They then take approximately 3 to 6 months to review applications, and then we'll hear back, hopefully approval. We are hoping there won't be a gap in collection. There might be a tiny window, maybe a couple of weeks where MRDT won't be collected, but overall, moving towards a regional MRDT, even if there are a couple of weeks where that revenue isn't being collected, is still going to put us in a great position moving forward. The benefits of this expanded regional MRDT approach, it does create the level playing field. It lowers taxation for tourism services, and increased funding enables us to broaden our programs to include more destination development, product development, stewardship, industry training initiatives. It also helps us increase the collaboration amongst all of the communities within our region and rural areas. And as I mentioned, leveraging those funds from destination co-op grants and maximizing the opportunity to access revenue to support affordable housing initiatives in our region. It also creates efficiencies in reporting, planning, and project implementation. Simply put, regional MRDT really is the best way to provide those necessary resources to manage tourism growth effectively and efficiently within our region, to enact the 10-year tourism strategy plan that was recently approved in December, and to ensure that benefits of tourism are felt across all of our communities within the region. Revenue estimates, you've probably all seen this sign before. The one updated part there is up at the very top. I now have all the numbers from 2025, and excited to see that general revenue actually surpassed $500,000 for the first time in 2025 at $515,000, which was an 11.4% increase from 2024. And 2024 was a 10% increase from the year before. So if we continue down this path of approximately 10% increase year over year, we're in really great shape moving forward to enact these projects and programs that are really going to improve the local tourism economy for all communities and for local residents and businesses. For the application process, there is a requirement that we get signatures of support from accommodations, so fixed roof housing accommodations and short-term rentals with 4 or more rooms. In the Comox Valley, there is a total of 20 of those rooms that count within the regional tourism service area. So the City of Courtenay, Village of Cumberland, Town of Comox, and the electoral areas excluding Denman, Hornby, and Mount Washington. Just over 800 rooms, and we are required to have a minimum of 51% of the total properties and 51% of the total room count. So we need, at minimum, 11 properties supporting that represent over 400 rooms or more. We have been collecting signatures to date, and we are currently at 70% of the properties support. So 14 out of 20 have signed on for support, which represents 79% of the total room count. Just in the City of Courtenay, we have 7 out of 8 property signatures, which is 89% of the total room count in the City of Courtenay. The one that I don't have is because there's a change in management and I have not heard from the owners yet. So I'm hopeful that over the next week or two, a couple more of those signatures might even trickle in, but that's where we're at right now. As far as governance goes, moving towards a regional MRDT with the Comox Valley Regional District as being the designated recipient. The general MRDT will continue to be used for Experience Comox Valley initiatives as outlined in the new 5-year strategic business plan. The Tourism Advisory Committee will be enhanced and expanded to include broader representation from all the communities and further sectors as well. Hello, Mayor Wells. We will have regular check-ins with communities and regional partners to ensure continued alignment with the values of not only the communities, but also the tourism businesses and hotel accommodators within those areas. And each year, a 1-year tactical plan for the following year will be developed through local business and industry input, through a survey that will be sent out to all tourism industry organizations, businesses, partners, for them to provide input if they would like into ideas for the future plan. And then that will be reviewed by the Tourism Advisory Committee and then submitted to the regional district for approval, and then to the province for final approval before it's enacted. The online accommodation platform revenue, so the MRDT dollars that are collected at short-term housing that are advertised on Airbnb and VRBO and Booking.com and those types of online accommodation platforms, those dollars would go to the CVRD and then be redistributed to the municipalities to use at their discretion for eligible affordable housing initiatives. And the CVRD will be able to help coordinate on reporting requirements for the use of those OAP dollars on affordable housing. So why I'm here today is because, as I mentioned in that step of the process for the application, we do need municipal support. We need, in terms of letters of support, to accompany our application to the province. So all incorporated areas, City of Courtenay, Village of Cumberland, and Town of Comox. And once we have these letters of support with our signatures from accommodations, as well as the supporting documents in the plan, those will all get submitted to the province for review and approval. Cool questions. was probably the fastest presentation I've done here in front of you.
Well, thanks very much, and my apologies for arriving a little bit late. Thank you, Acting Mayor Doug Hillian, for starting the meeting off in a good way. And I'll see if there are some questions. I'll start with Councillor.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation and the update on this initiative. The question I had wasn't specific to the Courtenay part of this process. I imagine that the Courtenay accommodations may be the easiest to bring on side with this, given that they have been participating in this program for quite some time. My question was around, you know, if the results come back and not all of the various jurisdictions in our area are on side, like I noticed that the electoral areas were kind of listed as one item, but are we bringing them in separately as separate participants? And does it matter if it's not all of the areas that we are putting forward?
Right. So right now, like I said, I presented to Cumberland was the first one, and then you guys are number two, and then Comox. So for instance, if one of those municipalities were to not provide the letter of support, then we would have to come back to you, for instance, like I mean, I can't speak to what, you know, say Comox is going to say next week. If they chose to not support, then we would come back and potentially move forward then with a Cumberland and Courtenay and potentially electoral areas. The electoral areas will be based on the vote that happens at the regional district level with the regional district board. But I do have I mean, if you want to know all the numbers stand, we've got the 100% support in Cumberland, 1 out of 2 representing 87% of the rooms in Comox, 3 out of 6 for the Area C, which represents 63% of the rooms, and then 0 out of 1 for Royston, because there's only 1 accommodator in Area A.
Yeah, and so I guess that is a good depiction of my concern, is that if Area A, for example, is not wanting to participate, is it considered part of the electoral areas in this project, or would we have the 2 electoral areas and not Area A? I'm just wondering, how, like, what is the smallest unit that would come in?
Yeah, ultimately that would be, I don't know, Lisa, if you want to speak to that, because it's the board decision.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Yeah, so the final approval comes at the board level, and so it is a vote of the tourism service participants at the board, and the electoral areas don't have, by what's required from the province, the electoral areas do not have their own provision of support like the individual municipalities do, and that is just a requirement. That's the way the province has that laid out, that the full support comes from the board as a whole.
So, and what would be the implication then if it's not unanimous through the different electoral areas? Would that ultimately be decided by the majority at the board, or is there another piece to that I'm not getting?
Because the vote will go through the tourism count. It will be weighted as a tourism service vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense. Thanks.
Yeah. I can't speak to exactly how that weighting works, but yeah.
Thanks, Councillor McCullum, and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. If you go back on the slides for the 2025, this is the first time we're seeing the 2025 data. The OAP was a significant decrease, it's like half. And you have a little stipulation at the bottom of your slide there that speaks to the accuracy of that data. And so is this something, because I know that you sit on probably a lot of calls with your peers across the province in the tourism sector, is this something that you're seeing across the board based on short-term rental policies and bylaws?
Yes.
And is there anything, you know, do we feel like this is kind of stagnated? Like do we have any insight, or is there any thoughts on this decreasing? And for clarity, these numbers are just the Courtenay dollar figures, or is this for the whole region? Okay.
Yeah, these are just the Courtenay dollars, because that's currently where it's being collected is within the city of Courtenay. So, but yes, definitely speaking to what's happening in other communities across the island as well as the province, OAP dollars have been reducing due to the changes in policy over short-term rentals. The thing with the OAP is it can be fluid, because even say a hotel with more rooms, if they're advertising and collecting dollars on something like Expedia.ca, that's going into OAP and affordable housing. It's just the dollars, like it's not necessarily just bed and breakfasts. It's collected within those platforms. So there might actually be some bigger hotels or resorts with 4 or more rooms. If they're collecting money through an online booking platform, that's being recorded as OAP. So it's going to depend on how they're advertising and how they're taking bookings for what those dollars are going to do. But yeah, I have a feeling that it's going to remain sort of where we're at now.
Great. Yeah, just a comment on that, Mayor. I think that that's probably really good information for us to consider in our conversation around our affordable housing fund, given that this is the first kind of data point we have based on the reality of the outcome of the short-term rental bylaw. And I don't see any other lights on, so can I have another question? Thanks. Going to the governance, because this is a shift in governance. And so just for clarity, the sub-bullet there around the CVRD board being the approval body for the tactical plans. To date, Courtenay has received those and we've approved those. And so can you kind of walk me through, is there a referral pathway? Like, will this body receive the tactical plans? Like, how have we kind of mapped out what that would look like? Given that we're kind of mid-year right now, the tactical plan for this current year will just, if this is approved and the province approves it, we'll just go to the CVRD for information. Like, we thought around, because we're kind of midstream, right? So
yeah, actually the 5-year, the requirements of the application for a new 5-year does actually require a 1-year tactical plan. So we've already completed the 2027, which means this November I'll take a vacation. Normally I'd be submitting a tactical plan, but we get to submit it super early this year with our 5-year plan. So yeah, so moving forward, like the 2028 would be then the next tactical plan that would go in front of the regional district for approval before it's submitted to the province. But the creation of those plans, as I mentioned, it will be done not only at an industry level through a survey, but local government will also have an opportunity to provide input into that. And we're happy to share the draft plans with all the municipalities and areas for input before, the advisory committee reviews it, and then the final official approval would be at the regional board level. But as I mentioned, with governance, one of our things is that we want to have regular check-ins and meetings to ensure that community alignment stays on point throughout this entire process. Because we are working off of a 10-year plan, and who knows what's going to change in the next, what technologies or travel patterns could potentially come down the line. Unforeseen outputs. We want to be able to be nimble and to be able to pivot potentially to capture what's on the ground and happening, say a year or 2 or 3 from now.
yeah, I'll get back in line, Mary. I do have another question.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Frisch.
Oh yeah, sorry, just Lisa was mentioning too, but the OAP portion, that would still be within the individual municipalities. So
The flow back through.
yeah, exactly. It will flow back. So each year you would then be required to have a plan for the affordable housing projects, which the regional district could help, say, draft that plan if you need help with the paperwork and all that fun stuff. And then it would be submitted each November. And then there would be a report that would follow it May of the following year. And then, for instance, because this year, as you mentioned, is a half year, I get to come back. You see me again in May for the 2025 final report for approval. And it means that you'll also see me again in May of 2027 for the 2026 portion. So you still get a couple more years of me coming with these presentations and asking for your approval. So you don't have to shed a tear yet. I'm not going to be completely disappearing.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So it's news to me that the online accommodation platform includes hotels and motels, and that money is going directly to affordable housing. What's the reasoning behind that? Like, how do you decide that it's
that's just how the province does it. It's something that has been brought up as a potential concern in other communities where because it's, like I said, how the province records it is just that the money is collected through the online accommodation platform. If it's just a reservation made, like on Expedia.com, if you reserve now but pay later and you're paying at the hotel, then that money stays where, like if it's at a hotel, it's general MRDT. But if it's being collected ahead of time, it's going to automatically, by the system that the province has, get recorded as OAP because that money was collected through an online accommodation platform. So it is, I don't know if that will change in the future because other communities, it's something that came up even at the BC industry conference that I was just at earlier this month, as some communities are really concerned about that and some communities, but that's just the system that's in place at the provincial level. So
Sure.
I'm not sure if there's a way to find out where the more accurate dollars are. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's a debate for somebody else. I was just curious.
Yeah.
But it's kind of telling that if the revenue in 25 dropped by half and you're still including rentals from motels and hotels, then actually short-term rentals drop drastically. In fact, it could be even less than half.
From accommodation online booking platform,
Yeah.
Those dollars have dropped, yes.
Yeah, it's dropped off the map. Okay. Well, thanks for that.
Thanks, Councillor Fish, and back to Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This slide around the Comox Valley Tourism Advisory Committee. So happy to hear that there will be more representation if this goes through from folks in the sector. Has there been any conversation at that table around, because I actually don't know the voting structure, if there is a voting structure in place, and the representation relative to the amount of dollars that are collected through the MRDT? I mean, one of your slides really highlights all the accommodations in each area. And so I'm just wondering that slide exactly, if the tourism committee has considered what that will look like going forward from a governance perspective. How many more people are we thinking of adding? Does that dilute the current Courtenay centric representation on that committee?
Yeah, the conversation hasn't happened within the committee itself yet. I don't know if it's happened at the CAO level yet. No. Sure.
When the tourism service first started and the agreement was for Courtenay to provide the MRDT at a regional basis, the current TAC was structured to reflect somewhat of a regional approach. So I think there's 11
members.
11 members. And the agreement at that time was that they would be weighted by 1 to Courtenay in recognition of that, the MRDT being collected in Courtenay. So part of the tourism strategy is to review the governance this year, and it will obviously align with where we go with the MRDT. And so those conversations will include the TAC and industry, but also the participating municipalities as well.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur. And I think just, one of the things around OAP, and, having been part of conversation around the short-term rental, and I think of it as the hotel tax, just because my brain likes that acronym better, which is not an acronym. And, 10 years ago, the idea of going from 2% to 3% and increasing, that seemed fairly straightforward because it was just Courtenay hoteliers. But then it was like, well, we'll wait because we'll get the other hoteliers. But that's been, again, about 10 years. So it's good to see that hopefully we're moving forward on that. But besides lobbying the government on allowing OAP funds to be used for affordable housing, the other thing that I've repeated to them is the fact that there are other provinces that just have a blanket hotel tax or MRDT, so that we're not going, like, it feels like 10 years have been lost and so much effort, when if the province just did a hotel tax for the whole province and then just sent those dollars back to the municipalities, it'd be a far simpler thing. You could still have your tax, you could still distribute the money in the same place, you could still have your affordable housing. But I feel that the province is leaving dollars on the table by doing it in this piecemeal way, where again, you could have an MRDT in Courtenay that's different than Mount Washington, that's different than any other community. So it's a bit odd to me the way that it's been rolled out, and I will continue to see if we can't just have that level playing field for the whole province that simplifies it for everything. But that's my little rant. My apologies.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And even what I've heard back from some of the accommodations too is that the risk isn't in the adoption of the MRDT. It's the risk in missing out on those dollars and those resources moving forward. So yeah, it's great to hear that. And the signatures that we have collected are through that understanding that this will be expanded into the whole region. Like there are hotels and accommodations in the city of Courtenay that want to see it collected in their neighboring communities as well. They don't want the I don't want to say burden, but they don't want to see them being the only ones that are.
Yep, there's an advantage. There's just an advantage. If you're that one hotel in Royston, we won't name names, that is not collecting it, that, you know, and we're not talking massive amounts of dollars, I don't think. But it does, again, create that level playing field throughout. And I don't think it should be the region. I do believe it should be the whole province and just absolutely simplify it like a PST or liquor tax kind of idea. So
yeah, and this is our opportunity to catch up to our main competitors in our neighboring communities like Campbell River and Nanaimo and Victoria and Tofino and Ucluelet, who are already collecting at 3% and already have those dollars in their war chest to be able to remain competitive and grow their tourism base. So we're trying to just catch up to them.
Excellent. Well, I don't see any further questions in front of me. I believe there is a motion. Oh, am I? Okay. For consideration. Councillor McCullough.
I'll move that council provide a letter of support for the Comox Valley Regional District's application to the province of BC for the new 5-year municipal and regional district tax program.
Moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks. And just for sake of clarity, because we haven't heard from staff, just does staff have any immediate concerns around this at the moment? Thanks.
No immediate concerns right now.
All right, thanks for the question. No further questions or comments. All those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. Thanks for the discussion. And I believe, thank you guys. Keep up the good work. And I believe we're going to go back to 4.1 for the BCA Evolve e-bike. Does that make sense? He's got the Evolve t-shirt on. David Holzer. So if you push the little microphone, there we go. And I'll turn it over to you, David from BCA Evolve e-bike and e-scooter.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here again. This will be the third or fourth time I presented to you about this program. As we now enter into our third year after 2 years of running the program, today I'd like to share a little bit about how it's gone so far and some of the things that we'll be doing coming up in 2026. So first off, just want to get us back to our roots. We are Evolve is owned and operated by BCAA, which is a not-for-profit. We are here as a subsidiary of BCAA. BCAA has been in the province for 120 years, serving British Columbians as a road safety organization. Evolve has been around a lot less than that, but is here to help try and transform the way people move around British Columbia. Evolve in the city of Courtenay has been here now for 2 years as we enter into our third year, and we are trying to showcase the potential for shared micromobility as a way of moving around in this community. And we've done that with a really strong partnership with you and with the city. So moving into some program highlights, for Courtenay specifically, one of the bigger highlights is that we've just creased over 10,000 trips in the region. But in Courtenay, we have 11 parking zones. We operate shared amongst all the cities, so it's really hard to break it out. But 50 e-bikes, 75 e-scooters. In Courtenay, we've seen 4,400 trips year program to date. We've had over 3,200 people on the devices. The trips are roughly around 3 kilometers and 13 minutes in duration. So for many of you, I've been here a couple times before, and those numbers are changing a little bit. We're seeing shorter trips. We're shooting shorter duration. This is showing a maturing of the market, people using it to get from point A to point B. This is something we're excited to see. I'll share a little bit more about sort of why people are using the service a little later throughout this slide. Some of the big things that we're really focused on is how we can support active transportation and how we can build like a growing active transportation culture in the city of Courtenay. And we're starting to see some great signs around that happening. Last year, we had 126 riders subscribe to our monthly plan. This is a plan where you pay $10 a month and your rate drops from 35 cents a minute to 10 cents a minute. People do this when they're taking more or plan to do more than a single trip or a few trips. We introduced e-scooters. The introduction of e-scooters was phenomenally successful. It grew our business in August by 208% when we launched. So this was a drastic jump in the amount of trips. And in fact, last year, 48% of all the trips that were taking, the 4,400, were on e-scooters, even though we only launched them like at the 1st of August. So we see a real strong trend towards the e-scooter, and it makes a lot of sense. The e-scooter trip is shorter, it's quicker, and it's easier, and that's where people use it, is to have a really quick trip from one place to the other. Last year, we also expanded to Cumberland to kind of complete the regional. The rural districts won't think we've completed the regional approach, but we are now covering all 3 communities in the CVRD area. And as you can see, 160% was the increase in trips over the course of the entire year from last year to this. So in the fall, we did a survey and we asked how people feel about our program, and 86% agreed that it's adding a lot of value to the overall transportation system. That subset is 18 to 34. That number goes up to 92%. So the people that are a bit younger are seeing a lot more value. 59% said that it reduced their use of a personal vehicle. In this region, about 80% of the people that ride our bikes own a car. So we are battling a little bit of choice here. Can I use my car or can I take one of our devices? So it is nice to see 59% saying that they forego the use of their own car for this. That number jumps up to 72% for the 18 to 35 range. And then 21% said they used it to connect to transit. So we're starting to see this first last mile application, which is great, a great kind of sign for the community. Oh, in our survey, sorry, I almost jumped by this. In our survey, we get some qualitative responses, and one we wanted to show was this one from one of our respondents that they were carless. Their schedule makes them work overnight, and since our program operates 24/7, this was a way of helping them get around a little more quickly and efficiently, and it was very helpful. So this is just an application that we see in many markets, but it was nice to see these comments. So what are we doing sort of to grow shared mobility? What we're seeing is that people are connecting to our devices through strong visibility. Obviously, the device on the street, 77% say they're seeing it on the street, and that's why they're interested in the program. We're still seeing a trial, like not a depending on use case, right? 61% tried it out of curiosity. What's great is 45% found it really easy to use and convenient. We work on that. And then 41% are out there just having fun with family. So we're still seeing this kind of try before you buy, try before you rely thing. But we are seeing really strong community acceptance. And I do have some notes about that. My phone just closed, so give me a second. Yeah. Sorry. Moving on. So with that, We've done a lot of paid media, so you'll see digitally, we've done a lot of digital work, but we also had some out of home billboards and things in the community. We've also been at events. Last year, we were at 6 events around all the communities and here in Courtenay, doing outreach. We do a lot of safety training, safety education at those events. Yeah, so we are continuing to push the narrative of our program and make sure people are aware of it. Looking ahead, we as a road safety organization at heart continue to want to stress road safety. We want people to embrace e-bikes and e-scooters, and we were committed to like providing education that allows them to do that in a way that is safe in the community and confident. So we have coming up this year, and I'll get to that a little later. I just want to show some survey findings. 83% of the people that used our system were satisfied with the device itself and the safety features and everything that was on it. Really great numbers on the helmet. 76% reported wearing a helmet every time they rode, and 11% sometimes when they rode. So a very small percentage of people reporting that they're not wearing a helmet at all. This year coming up, because we have e-scooters in the community, we feel that there's more education needed amongst our riders and amongst the community in general about how these devices work. We'll have an e-scooter safety tour that'll come through town, helping people like learn more about how to safely ride e-scooters in the community. And that's going to be moving from city to city. One of the other things that we're looking forward to is I think there's a motion coming for you guys at the end of my presentation around allowing our devices on the multi-use paths. So currently we have blocked all that out for the e-scooters and for the e-bikes, that they're not allowed to use these multi-use paths. So staff are willing to pilot allowing us to do that. And our goal with this pilot is obviously to ensure safe and responsible use with strong community acceptance for our devices being on the path. To do that, we plan to implement geofencing along all the multi-use paths and over the upcoming bridge to 18 kilometers an hour. We'll provide data and collect all the user feedback we're receiving about this. Any complaints, any issues that pop up, we'll provide this back to city staff to examine how this pilot goes. We'll also provide like ridership data, how many people are using it, how often they're riding across these paths, what makes that work. And then in the safety side, along with the e-scooter safety tour, along with the multitudes of things that we do on the safety side, from hang tags to a web page with all sorts of safety information, tutorials, videos. We also did a quiz last year where we incentivized people to take the quiz by giving them free ridership. We've been at all of our events. We have safety initiatives. Next year, we're going to have a train the trainer program so that our staff at the booths when we're in community will be trained by, I think it's Hub Cycling, on how to educate people correctly on how to ride both e-scooters and e-bikes in a safe manner. So we continue to push this narrative of safety. We believe that combined with allowing our bikes and scooters to use these excellent, really safe pathways in the city will go a long way to continuing to run a really safe program. The one thing I'll note is this is, for 2 years, we've had no major incidents with our devices. We've had no major complaints. No injuries reported to us, no police incidents reported to us. So we continue to operate in a very safe manner. Looking ahead a little bit more. So things that we're going to do in Courtenay, end of last July, you guys approved, council here approved, sorry, you guys, terrible. Council approved an expansion of our parking zones. So this year we will roll that out. And we are also going to make some adjustments, especially up in the North Island College and Aquatic Center area where there's now a new transit hub. We're going to consolidate some of the parking zones to be with that transit hub, working with the CBRD. We're also, as the other transit hubs come online, locate some parking zones in those. What's great about working in partnership with everyone is that now we're top of mind, so space is being created for us. So we're being thought of as a way of doing this. Also on the transit side, we've signed a letter of understanding with BC Transit, and we'll be working together to promote first and last mile trips. That will also be, we'll be sharing data with BC Transit about how that works, how often people are using our devices to get to and from transit. We'll continue on the safety awareness and education. I highlighted a few of those things already. And then we're also nearing, and this is where I do feel like I sound like a broken record because I've been up here 3 times. Our inclusive mobility program will most likely launch like this spring. We are working in close collaboration with some people at the city and some people at the CVRD to work with community-based organizations. There's some inkling to combine it with transit discounts as well. So we are working all through that, and we should have a program. We will have a program out by the spring, early summer, and we'll be able to come back and report back on how that's going. Just to remind you what the inclusive mobility program looks like, we reduced the rate for those individuals that qualify for that program to 10 cents a minute. And our goals are really to build out more affordable rates for people who need it, and then really track and measure that and have quantitative results. And then as we do that this year with a smaller group, we'll use that to broaden that program's reach in subsequent years. So with that, I thank you very much. I can take any questions.
Fantastic. Thanks very much for the presentation, and I will pass it over to Councillor Frisch.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. I didn't see any lights on. I was going to say thanks for the presentation, and really happy that it's having such great uptake. Not terribly surprised. And I was going to move the motion if you'll accept it at this point, but I can wait if you prefer.
Is that Councillor Hillian's motion?
I'm sorry, does Councillor Hillian have a separate motion? No, just the motion that was suggested by staff.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll move the recommended motion. Oh, it's on the screen. I can read it
out. So you've taken on more than you may have thought.
So whereas usage of e-bikes on trails within the city of Courtenay parks is prohibited, and whereas many residents rely on e-bikes for their enjoyment of recreational trails such as the air park, and whereas many city of Courtenay trails are part of active transportation routes, therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to prepare an amendment to the Parks and Public Spaces Regulation Bylaw number 3121 to permit the use of e-bikes on specified trails within the city, and that council directs staff to prepare a staff report to provide more information on which trails are appropriate for e-bike use.
It's been moved and seconded, and I just want to acknowledge Councillor Hillian, who's worked on this with staff, Adrian and Proton as well, to get this. And I think many staff have had their eyes on this, so I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through yourself to council. Just not to interrupt into council's business, but just inclusionary language maybe for the group's consideration to include e-scooters within that direction. If there's a happy amendment that could be made. Thanks.
Okay. Friendly amendment? Okay, so it's been approved that it's e-bikes / e-scooters. All right. So just looking to Ms. Proton or. Perfect, fantastic. All right, I'll pass it over to Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for being here again. Glad that you spoke to the injuries and accidents and police because it wasn't written in your report, so I'm glad to hear that. I did have a question around if we can actually go back to the slide around the geofencing for the motion that's on the table. I believe it was 18 kilometers an hour. So you're the expert in this space. Is that proven in data that is the appropriate speed to reduce risk bodily harm to both the individuals who are using the scooters or the bikes and or pedestrians who are on multi-use paths?
Yeah, so we operate in 13 municipalities now across British Columbia, and the multi-use, our bikes are governed at 25 kilometers, which we feel is a really safe speed, but also a speed at which people are riding them or feel like they're getting somewhere in a timely fashion. Um, Most of the communities, we don't govern the speed on multi-use paths at all. The 25 has seemed to generate no complaints or no issues whatsoever. Um, in Courtenay, we felt like there's some sensitivity to this, and like further governing it down a little bit more will ensure that like there'll be even less complaints or less issues on some of these multi-use paths. So it's more of a like a proactive approach. We do operate in communities where they've asked us to govern the speed in high conflict areas. That speed ranges anywhere from 15 to 18 kilometers, and it seems to have held. There is no great data or survey or study I can point to that tell you that that's the speed that everybody has like felt is working. But what we can say is that the results in the communities that we operate in is that we haven't received any complaints. We see no issues. The community seem really happy with it. Pedestrians do not feel overwhelmed. I think on these multi-use paths with these e-devices, sometimes the speeds can get quite high, like well over 32 kilometers an hour, which is the limit in British Columbia. And that can be quite jarring if you're walking and someone approaches from behind at that type of speed. 25 and 18, these are much more benign speeds to be coming up on someone.
The second question is just for staff. And so wondering, sorry.
We have Councillor Moore
Oh,
online
sorry.
as well, so
Yep, I can.
I'm going to pass over to Councillor Moore and then come back to you. Councillor Moore?
Great, thanks, Mayor, and thanks so much for the presentation. And thank you to Councillor Hillian for helping work on that motion because I was planning to do the same thing. So I'm happy to see this recommendation. And I did have a question about, I mean, we know we know that people are using those, maybe not with maybe you're not seeing it with your bikes, but people are using e-bikes on multimodal trails already. But I'm wondering if you already have some data in terms of use on those trails. You said you're going to be implementing that, but do you have anything at this point that shows where people are riding and is specific enough to show, you know, the usage on those trails already, the ones they're not supposed to be on?
So prior to the implementation of the e-scooter in August, we had no geofencing put in place for those trails. And our most popular stations are along the Heritage Walk Trail. And that was the most popular route people were using our e-bikes on. This was a miss of regulatory. We should have probably put those in way back when we started. That being said, we knew that they were really well traveled and quite busy. But all of those, that Heritage Walk River Trail is by far the busiest. And the e-bikes, once we put the geofence in, we still see some use. You can still ride without power on our bikes. They have pedals, so people ride them. It's not the most enjoyable riding experience. It's a heavy bike, but on the e-scooters, we see very little use because we implemented that with the launch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think the 18 kilometers an hour does sound reasonable. I I I know that when I'm on my e-bike and I'm on, you know, an area where there's other users, most people are considerate and obviously slow way down, knowing that they're sharing the path. A resolution from way back that I had put forward around speed limits and sharing the paths, you know, that was part of the intent of it, was to promote considerate use of the multimodal paths. And I just wondered, it's sort of a related question, but I know Councillor Jolicoeur is waiting for his secondary question, so I don't know. But I just wanted clarification from staff what our speed limit was, because I believe we did implement that. But I can wait for an answer till after Councillor Jellicoe, if that's better.
I think staff are doing their best to okay. Yeah, we'll go to Councillor Jolicoeur and we'll
Sure.
see if we can dig that information up for you.
Super, thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Morton, for that, and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, I mean that we're on the same line of thinking, Councillor Moore, and I wanted to hear from staff, particularly around the motion that is speaking to a report back around the type of trails that would be appropriate for the use. Obviously, we have a wide range of trails throughout the community. Some are more narrow than others, and some are more utilized by different modalities, including people with mobility devices. And so I'm just wanting to hear from staff if they see, given that the recommendation, the motion is speaking to an amendment to the bylaw, is there a way for us to distinguish between different multimodal pathways in the community based on what we know of the usage of those paths, those trails?
Thank you for the question through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. It's a great question. The bylaw would likely be amended with mapping if we were going to restrict MUP access to multimodal activity through e-bike or e-scooter. That would be the best way to do it, through classification of those MUPs. As you are correct, there are a variety of different MUPs within the city's jurisdiction, ranging in overall width and terrain and area of location, including sensitive habitats. And so we want to be mindful of all of those as we go through the evaluation process and make a recommendation for council's consideration. But obviously mapping would work the best. And my understanding through the geofencing opportunities, a mapping system would probably work well with Evolve as well. In terms of speed, when we talked about speed, just some information that I've learned in one of the previous conversations that we've had with Evolve, the 18 kilometers an hour is a relatively reasonable speed, both for the users as well as the individuals that are accommodating those trails with them. There's a variability of speed where if you're on a bike and you're going less than that on an electric motor or assist bike, it becomes a bit wobbly. And so that's a really good speed to keep you stable and upright while respecting the individuals are around. In terms of the previous resolution and work that Councillor Moran had spoke to, it was really about speed, awareness, and shared use. And we didn't specifically list a speed. We still follow the provincial standard, which is, as David alluded to, 32 kilometers an hour. But we did articulate specific areas within our community where the usership is varied quite dramatically, and it's not just cycle oriented or scooter oriented. We wanted to identify those areas where there's hills, areas where people could pick up speed, or areas where individuals are using it more routinely than others. So we wanted to benefit the community as a whole in terms of that communication, and that was mostly done with signage.
Just as a follow-up, Mayor, if I can. So part of that process would probably also look at the environmental constraints of our MUPs for things like abandoned e-scooters and e-bikes, where one of our staff or the individual who's working for Evolve might have access issues.
It's a great point. Access egress to collect those scooters. I will provide a nod to the Evolve group as well from an operational perspective. We haven't had a response required on staff's perspective to return those units. Those units are mapped to return to their entity, so you don't get to end your usership until they're redocked at their station, which provides a great reliance on those being returned to the appropriate spaces and not abandoned in areas. But yeah, great point.
Excellent. And in there was that speed limit, which I think answered Councillor Moran's question as well. So appreciate that. And I might just make one other comment. Having cycled most of the trails, but I don't know if I've cycled all of them, but especially on the Courtenay Riverway Trail, there are a couple of places, definitely not the most of it, but there are a couple of places which I would consider potentially high conflict areas, only because there's curves that create blind spots. And to me, that might be an opportunity to put up some signage that says, you know, ring your bell, that kind of stuff, which I think goes to what Councillor Warren was talking about, that sort of etiquette in general when you're coming up behind somebody. But on a blind corner, that might be another place where there could be a little bit more especially as people are kind of learning how to do some of this stuff. And the bike I was on, I think it had a bell button. I don't know if it was a physical button or a physical bell, but I think it was an electronic bell.
I can answer that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, the bell is a ringer. It's not a electronic.
Okay.
You just hit it and it twists around.
Makes a noise.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Awesome.
Really loud, actually.
Yeah. And I just noticed maybe it's a different e-bike that I was on that didn't have a physical one. But irregardless, that was about the only comment. I think there's been a good discussion here. Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I was looking online and I noticed you do have etiquette on your BCA page. And I'm encouraged to hear that you are going to go community to community, sort of spreading those rules of thumb. One thing I didn't notice under etiquette was, and I don't know if you guys thought of this, but giving like a hierarchy or a right of way to pedestrians. I think pedestrians are probably a more vulnerable user, considering people on scooters and bikes, a little bit heavier and got a big piece of metal with them. And so it might be good to spread that sort of idea that you need to give right of way to pedestrians on pathways and such.
Yeah, thank you for the question and the comment. It's really quite valid. I think a lot of our safety education is around trying to make sure people don't get in conflict with motor vehicles, and ensuring people are riding in a safe way where they don't have an interaction with a motor vehicle, which causes quite severe outcomes. So, but your point is well taken, especially in this context of using these multi-use paths. And it's something I think I'll bring back to my team to have a chat with. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. And it's kind of a two-way street when you get on the road, and you would hope that people driving their cars apply the same, the same sort of thought for other road users like people on scooters or so on. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor McCall.
Yeah, thanks. Not to extend this any longer than it needs to, but I mean, on the topic of the shared pathway use, it's different than what we're talking about on the roadway. Just because it is more constrained, it's two directional and people are walking and cycling. And this is not new, even with or without e-scooters. These are potentially high conflict zones, although at slower speeds. But something I've seen the last few times, actually, I've gone for a walk around the air park. I noticed that, which is, the area that I think we're focusing on. I've seen the e-scooters in use there quite a bit. And as soon as the weather gets nice, the first sunny day, it is busy out there. Like, it's busy with all walkers and dogs and e-scooters and all kinds of cyclists, which is actually really great to see those spaces being used so much by our community. But one of the concerns that I have around safety actually isn't so much from the e-scooter or bike users. It's the retractable dog leashes pose quite a safety concern in that, a dog can be off to the side and then, something catches the attention on the other side and suddenly the dog is 20 feet from the owner and across the bike lane or the pathway. And so I guess this is really a question for staff, is whether or not we have any regulations around, having a dog, is a dog considered under control when it's on a long leash like that, and whether we do any communication around that in these areas of shared use, because it does really seem like it is the expectation of the folks that are moving more quickly to be aware of this, but a lot of the time it's not a visible hazard until, the dog moves across the bike lane on a, thin cord. And I'm wondering if it's come up before and whether or not we provide any guidance on whether or not that's an effective way of having dogs in these areas.
Looking at staff, I don't believe so, but if Mr. Shaw, if you want to. Yeah, Ms. O'Connell would probably know this inside and out.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor, through the mayor, to yourself. I'm not an expert in that particular bylaw. I would defer to Ms. O'Connell as a subject matter expert with respect to the bylaw and the expectations of leashed animals.
just in case she's not. Yeah, we'll see if Ms. O'Connell is able to add some commentary to the question around the
Yes, I can, Council.
tenable leases. Thanks so much, Ms. O'Connell.
Yeah, I'm on a different computer and I couldn't find little hand raiser thing. So, yeah, so we don't have like specific regulations that are precise when it comes to the type of leash. Councillor McCollum was correct when really it's around the dog has to be within the custody and control. So if the dog is out of control or isn't within the immediate control, which would be the case on one of those extendable leases on a busy multi-use pathway, that would be in violation of the current bylaw. So it's not a how are you controlling your dog aside from the requirement to have a leash on them, but also is that control effective?
Okay, thanks so much for adding that clarity. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think that's really great insight. But I'd also like to encourage the city to consider more like etiquette training, which is a little bit what we're talking about over bylaw and regulations. Because I can just see like all the phone calls coming to bylaw and all the work provided every time someone has an interaction that is unsavory. So I think I've mentioned it before. I think we can do a lot more with kind of creating a positive etiquette that people can follow when they're riding their bikes or walking the trails and sharing space with people. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for that. I don't, Councillor Moran, I see you got your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I know we're having a long conversation about this. This will be my last comment for sure. I appreciated Councillor McCollum's point about the dog leashes because, and I think that's also the point around etiquette that there is a focus on cyclists, but I'm on the trails a fair amount, or I used to be before I injured my foot, and everybody could have a lesson in etiquette. I came around a corner very slowly, cautiously, and there were kids and dogs and strollers right in the middle of the path. So I think, I think it's up to everybody to be considerate for sure. And I think, a little bit more communication about that is never hurtful. I wanted to ask though around as part of the education for the Evo riders, do you include like maps with or anything like our cycling network or anything like that, or any information around the fact that we have some areas that are very cyclist friendly, and then we have others that are not. And we did sadly have a tragic incident on Ryan Road, which of course is not our road, but that we don't control the bike lanes and things like that. But is there any education around that piece around kind of areas that have more protected bike lanes or maps or anything that give people that kind of information?
Thank you for the question, and it's a really good one. We, because we operate in multiple municipalities, we tend to keep it a little more general and encourage people to ride on bike lanes, AAA protected infrastructure, multi-use paths where possible, which was why I'm so glad you guys are moving this amendment tonight, because it's in line with sort of our guidance to our riders to stay safe. Courtenay specific, I think we rely a little bit more heavily on Google Maps. You can use mapping. If you want to go from one station to the other, you can hit directions and it'll take you through Google Maps. And if you have the biking kind of preferences set on Google Maps, then you will get routed to those lanes. I don't know how great that is in Courtenay at routing you to those lanes, but that's sort of what we rely on, and then just more general guidance.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you.
All right, thanks very much, Councillor Moran. We do have a motion that's been moved that was a long while ago, so hopefully we can cast back to that. And it was read out, so that's great. Are there any further questions or comments? I'll maybe just make one comment. I was not aware of that 25-kilometer max that you guys have done, which is below, like you said, the provincial, and and really again to reiterate the comment that it's great to hear that there haven't been any accidents of note. So great to hear. With that, all those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. All right, next we have 5.1.1, election bylaw and appointments. And thanks very much for your presentation today. And Ms. Proton.
We've got a long agenda tonight, so I won't go over the report, but we are looking for direction on three things. The first one is any updates to the election bylaw, whether council would like staff to prepare an assent voting or opinion question for the ballot, and we need appointments for our chief and deputy chief election officers. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Fantastic. I'm looking for any questions or comments. Seeing none, there is a recommendation.
If you want them read out individually, or you could all at once.
As it's on the screen, I don't believe we have to. It's only when it's not on the screen we got to read it out. Yeah. Okay. 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 And do you want to speak to it or? Okay. See no questions. All those in favor of recommendation 1? Any opposed? And motion carries. Okay. Any questions or comments on recommendation 2? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. And then we have, and all those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. Excellent. Thank you. We moved through that pretty quickly. Next, we have 5.2.1 housing target order progress number 1, and I'll pass it over to Ms. Gothard. Hang on one second.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm just here to basically introduce that Jacob Kramer, our policy planner, will be introducing the report.
Thanks, Nancy, and good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll also try to keep my opening remarks quite short, but I am pleased to be here tonight to present Courtenay's Housing Target Order Progress Report for reporting period 1.1. As you're aware, Courtenay was issued a 5-year housing target order on August 18th, 2025, which commenced on September 1st and initiated this first reporting period. Over the full 5-year housing target order period, Courtenay's net new housing target is 1,334 new homes. This is the first housing target order reporting period, which is a 6-month interim reporting period that spans from September 1st until February 28th, 2026. Hopefully the progress report mostly speaks for itself and that the staff report provided some additional context and analysis. But just quickly, a couple of the key data points extracted from the report I would like to highlight are Courtenay completed 164 net new homes, representing approximately 82% of our first year objective and 12% of our 5-year total. On top of these new completions, there are also currently 35 building permits issued, representing 295 additional new homes in the development pipeline. The report notes some key actions and partnerships the city has taken over the past 12 months to support the supply of new housing now and into the future. And lastly, while the information in the report indicates that Courtenay is in a good position to meet our year 1 and year 2 housing objectives, I would want to draw attention to 2 final points, which is we are noticing a change in the macroeconomic conditions affecting both the supply and demand dynamics, and how this will impact the volume of future development applications and supply is still unknown. And that the amount of affordable housing built in Courtenay in the first reporting period and the amount that we look to have in the pipeline at the building permit stage will fall short of the recommended guidelines that were provided as an appendix to the housing target order. These guidelines recommend that 67% of the rental housing be affordable, which represents about 33% of the overall target. I think I'll leave it at that for now, but I'm here and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much for that. And looking to see if there are any questions. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the report. I think a few different messages that I'm drawing from it, really, that we're looking good for year 1 and year 2. And I appreciate that you've highlighted something that I've got a little bit of concern around in the staff report and in your presentation, which is the conversation around affordable housing and what the province is mandating us. And so I guess first in the attachment, under the housing, I'm just pulling it up, the Housing Target Progress Report form, which is the provincial form, in section 7, other information, there's a second paragraph there. And I think that would be really helpful if we can break that down, which articulates the differences between the way which the city understands affordable or below market. Because there's a lot of different numbers and we have different housing targets from different parts of what we're working on here. So if you can just break that down, and then I will have other questions around that topic around affordable housing.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. Thank you. That's a great question and thanks for picking up on that. So the first thing I do want to make sure is clear is when it comes to affordable or any of the breakdowns in the type of housing that are being requested, those are guidelines. So I do just want to make sure that's clear. The province, we only are responsible for achieving the target, which is just the flat number of 1,334. But still, to your question around the affordability metrics. So the province requested that we track affordability, and affordability is for rental tenure only, and that affordability is 30% of the housing income limits, which is a provincial number that is produced right through BC Housing. They update that almost annually. There was the 2025 numbers that came out quite recently. There was a gap. There was no 2024, and then there had been a 2023. Generally, the city, I'll think mostly about our official community plan and our community amenity contribution policy. We had looked to a slightly different metric, which was 30% of CMHC's median market rental. So they are quite comparable, but a little bit different. What we were finding was that it was near impossible because, I'll try to explain this succinctly, because we are tracking these applications through the application process from rezoning, development permitting, all the way to building permit. And while we are also trying to capture those units that we are securing through housing agreements, because that is the thresholds that we establish in those housing agreements, we needed to kind of create consistency. So when we map that to the housing income limits, because all the numbers in the equations are changing, those limits, the rents that are being maybe sought at the time of rezoning, but aren't actually known to be set until the building is ready to occupy, and then the income of both the median, but also the tenant that's paying it, right? So when it's geared to income, these things can shift. So all to say, we ended up just reporting on the information that we had that was consistent and available, and that is the thresholds we set in our housing agreements, which is 30% below market as established from CMHC. I did look at one of our housing agreements, and they are very close where numbers didn't quite hit the BC housing income limit marker. It was within $50 of a monthly rental.
Subsequent.
Yeah, just as a follow-up to that, and thank you for breaking that down for everyone. I guess the question that I have in follow-up to that specific way in which we are measuring affordable housing is, so we are using the housing agreements that we have that happens at the development permit phase. Now, is that the only, why are we only choosing that as the only measure, or is that the only way in which we are? And I know that in the staff report, we speak about Braidwood, which is unique in that we know that those 70 units will fall under that. But is there another measure, or is there something else that we see in the pipeline outside of a housing agreement that would meet the below market?
Thank you again for the question. Yeah. This is one thing that we did talk with the province about when we were issued the target, the challenges in basically reporting on the affordability and how these metrics change and are different, et cetera. I think, so it's kind of almost easier to talk about these specific projects. So as an example, we know when Braidwood is going to be constructed and then hopefully completed, the supportive housing. We know the funding program and the funding model that is going to be paying for and operating that. So we can understand that those units are going to be offered at BC shelter rate. And we know that falls well beneath either of those affordability metrics that they're going to, that either the ones that they've asked us through housing income limits or through CMHC. So we know, as an example, that those 70 units will be affordable. So kind of to answer your question, there are the public, the non-market public units that are subsidized, which we often have a little bit more transparency around, again, the rents that will be set because we know the funding programs. And then there are those units that are affordable that we're asking the market to produce. And those are the ones that are kind of tricky to line up with those provincial requirements or affordability thresholds because there's so much unknown.
All right, thanks for that. Another subsequent or new question?
No new question unless I don't
Yeah,
see anyone
you're
else.
next in line.
And thanks. Yeah, I think the staff report, I appreciate that you have on pages 3 through 6, you really kind of articulate our current situation in Courtenay while also speaking to what we're seeing across British Columbia and Vancouver Island. And a little concerned, and I appreciate that you're naming it, so it's not a surprise. And I think any of us who have had conversations with the development community specifically have heard this clearly, that there's a shifting market affordability just to build housing. And I think when we talked about the ACCs and DCCs, I raised my concerns at the time then. And I guess, you know, is in the meetings that we're having with the province, are they giving any indication around any relief or any further amendments to provincial legislation or anything that they would encourage municipalities to consider to address the current market conditions, which you've articulated? It's not looking great, given that they've set the targets at a time where some would probably argue the market was already starting to decline because it was only last year, the year before. And so, yeah, just wanting to know your thoughts. I mean, you know, it kind of paints a kind of a bleak picture beyond what we see in the pipeline, 35, and thanks for articulating that. Not a ton of units, 294 relative to what we might be seeing in year 3. Year 3, year 4, and year 5 are actually the highest numbers. Yet we're not seeing the market perhaps being able to meet us in those targets. So broader macro conversation and question for you.
Thanks for the question. Yeah, I think I'll be, I guess, to address your first question, I personally don't think I have any information that I can relay that's from the province, at least in my pay grade. I'm not in those meetings. But I do think I understand this the concern the way you're looking to the longer term pipeline. You know, one thing that I will note is we don't see any rezonings or development permits on this 6-month interim, but I do know there are a number of projects that are, I think there's one later tonight that's coming. I know there is another semi-sizable rezoning application that's already gotten 2 readings down on Cliff and Mansfield. We just saw quite a few larger rezonings that were approved just before this period started, right? So they won't show up. So I do think there's a bit of a gap there that's maybe not, wholly showing really where we are for the longer term. And then, while I have opinions, of course, I can appreciate, I think, what you're discussing, which is we're showing a need, we're showing a specific need for affordable housing. And at the same time, we may need provincial supports, right, in order to be able to fill those needs. So I would just say that I agree with you. And for myself, I'm not in meetings with the province requesting those things personally, but.
Yeah,
Ms.
thank you.
Gothard.
Yeah, thank you. I can add a bit to that question. Certainly staff have absolutely expressed to the province that a lot of these achievement of these targets is often beyond city control. As you mentioned, the market We also have some significant infrastructure servicing gaps in certain parts of the city. We certainly let the province know we'd appreciate additional funding for those gaps. The response from the province on that was to be as explicit and detailed in our section 7, the other information as possible, to try and paint that picture as they, you know, the more information they have, the more information they can report up to their elected officials as well. What they said they're looking for is good faith from our organizations. And if you look at what the housing target order and the legislation behind it gives the province the power to do if we were not meeting our targets and they believed we were not acting in good faith, they would do things such as change our land use regulation bylaws, of which we are definitely examining and looking at all the time, our zoning bylaw, our delegation bylaw for certain permits, which we already have quite a permissive delegation to staff for those. And they can also unilaterally approve zonings without council's involvement. So, I mean, I think the fact that the city is showing that we are working on our regulations to be as clear as and transparent as possible, and then also this matter that there has been actually quite we have an OCP that's quite supportive of development. That it would be interesting to see what more the province could do. You know, even if they came down and unilaterally was asking for changes, you know, inside our bylaws. So I'll just provide that context for consideration.
All right, thanks for that. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks to staff for the report. I was just hoping to move the recommendation.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. I have probably one comment just on that infrastructure deficit that we do have. You know, after meeting actually with some of our construction development community, you know, one of the things that seems to be impacting the affordability of construction is the CMHC changes as well. Their costs have gone up there. I think they more than doubled. And so this is something that, along with those infrastructure deficits, met with both of our MPs to let them know that this is critical, and we really need that funding to unlock the potential for development in our community as well. So there's yet another level of government that we're really appealing to make sure that we can get the funding that we need to move forward. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. Next, we have 5.3, the water metering business case study. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To yourself, to council. Good evening. If I may, just from a housekeeping perspective, if we could receive all 3 reports, and then I will speak through them when we can have open dialogue about all 3 as I go through the presentation. Is that fair?
Oh, everybody did. That was awesome. So thank you, everyone.
Perfect. I'll preface just a little bit. Just want to acknowledge the work that's gone into creating the staff reports that are in front of you today, as well as the consultant reports that accompany. Water Street Engineering obviously did a lot of work for the city for the water metering business case study itself. And Fit Consulting was our financial consultant, providing an overview for the financial strategy. Those 2 groups aside, acknowledgements to the city staff, Rod Armstrong, the manager of utilities, Beth Brooks, the engineering technologist in utilities, our finance team, and even our information systems teams as well have all played a role through the development of this information. So I'm happy to be here to present today on behalf of that group. I should have a slideshow. Perfect. Thank you. All right, so tonight, we have 3 interrelated staff reports in front of you, and they're all dealing with a different part of the universal metering business case study. Staff are presenting these 3 reports together because they're intended to be considered as a single decision framework. Each report speaks to a different part and answers a different question of the process. And taken together, they're designed to help council understand what's happening in our water system, whether there is a financially responsible way to respond, and how we could fund something like this program realistically and over a course of period of time. So I'll start with a quick overview of the 3 reports. Report 1 establishes the evidence and outcomes. It responds to council's earlier direction, seeking to better understand what's driving water demand in the city of Courtenay and whether residential water metering could be a meaningful way to address those pressures. Report 2 focuses on financial strategy and rate design. It tests whether metering can be funded in a way that is equitable, stable, and affordable as consumption trends change over time. And report 3 looks at implementation pathways. It focuses on pace, sequencing, and risk, and presents options for how that change could be effectively managed. I had a little fun with this, so appreciate it. The presentation is structured a bit like a choose your own adventure. If everyone's familiar with the books from when you were a kid, I do this in light. It's not because the outcomes are uncertain, but rather because council has clear decision points that will shape the path forward as we move forward. So report 1, again, it asks, do we accept the case for change? Report 2 asks, if so, can it be funded fair and sustainably? And report 3 asks, what pace and with what risk or level of risk do we proceed? At the end of each report, I'll pause so council can ask questions specific to those, and we'll move through, as I discussed earlier, and make resolutions either at the time or at the end if that's more convenient for council. All right, so report 1 of 3, business case results. So as I said, report 1 is focused on the evidence. Its purpose is to establish a strategic context for council by summarizing the findings of the 2025 water meter business case study. And it outlines implications of maintaining the current flat rate structure versus moving towards a residential metering program. Now, this report in itself does not ask council to approve rates, timelines, or capital spending tonight. It does, however, ask council to consider whether the evidence supports residential metering as a long-term strategic direction. So some of the key findings. The findings identified 4 interrelated issues. First, that seasonal water demand is rising rapidly and far beyond what our population growth would explain. Second, residential homes, our largest customer class, remains largely unmetered, limiting visibility into consumption trends. And third, those data gaps restrict conservation efforts, leak detection, and accurate demand forecasting. And finally, these dynamics create sustainability risks, both for the city at a local level, but also at a regional one. The headline conclusion from the business case is clear. Residential metering can be very effective. It improves conservation, fairness, and long-term system sustainability. So the question for council is not whether it works, but rather, should it be implemented in Courtenay? Consumption trends. Council should be familiar with this. We've shown this a few times. So when we look at water use in the city over time, the demand in our system is becoming increasingly seasonal based. Over the past decade, winter demand and base demand has increased modestly and in line with population, about 25%, with water consumption growth only about 4% above that line. Whereas peak summer demand has increased by almost 60% over that same timeframe. This confirms that discretionary outdoor use, primarily irrigation, is the dominant driver for system stress. With more than 80% of the city's water consumption coming from residential homes, those numbers mean that consumption is unmeasured. And it means that the largest driver on demand is also our least visible and our least accountable. So some of the benefits. We know that metering fundamentally changes how a system operates. It provides real-time consumption data, enables early leak detection, and creates a direct link between use and cost. Those factors consistently drive behavioral changes. Based on conservative assumptions and comparable BC municipalities, the business case projects that the city could realistically see a 36% reduction in residential consumption under a universal metering program. That reduction translates into lower peak seasonal stress, deferred infrastructure expansion and investment, and the reduced bulk water purchases from the CBRD. and those benefits would only compound over time. Metering scenarios. The business case evaluated 4 primary metering program scenarios, plus a 5th option that was developed by staff. Each of these scenarios vary along 3 main dimensions: pace of implementation, degree of implementation, and capital and operating intensity. Now, some scenarios focus on rapid implementation, delivering conservation and equity benefits quickly, but at a higher upfront cost and at an increased organizational risk. While others emphasize slower or partial approaches, reducing short-term disruptions. However, they often produce weaker conservation outcomes and delay equity corrections. Now, what's important for council to note is that the analysis shows a clear pattern. Even incremental steps outperform inaction. While the scenarios differ in pace and intensity, each option that introduces metering delivers measurable results compared to the status quo, particularly in demand management or peak demand. It also improves financial resilience and long-term sustainability. Now, scenario 5, the balanced option, was developed by staff to combine the performance strengths of a universal metering program, but with a measured delivery approach. This is not a compromise in outcomes. It is, however, a refinement in how those outcomes are achieved. The scenario itself quickly emerges the most resilient when tested against financial volatility, implementation risk, public education, or community buy-in. So this is the decision point for report 1. Option 1 asks council to endorse residential water metering as a long-term strategic direction and to direct staff to proceed with developing a financial strategy, a rate design, and an implementation framework. Option 2 maintains the status quo, continuing with ICI installations and minor rate adjustments as we go. Now, choosing option 1 does not commit council to specific rates or mandatory timelines or even capital spending tonight. What it does do is authorize staff to move into detailed design work, extending on the work that's reflected in reports 2 and 3. So I'll pause here if council wants to ask any questions specific about report 1.
Councillor Zilliker.
Thanks, Mayor. I only had one question in this report, which was the cross subsidy $1.7 million. So can we just break that down? I note that in the first report, you speak to how that's addressed in all the options, 5 options. So I'm wondering if you can just highlight that for public. Thanks.
Sure, it's a great question. Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. I do touch on that quite a bit in report 2, and it's also included in the presentation as we go through. But just high level, realistically, the 1.7 in terms of cross subsidy was a value that was articulated through the financial analysis work that brought forward the realization that if we were to bill our residential customer class in the same way that we bill our current metered group, we would earn $1.7 million more. So it's not a deficit and not necessarily a direct cross subsidy, but rather what the output of tiered rate structure could look like in the future. So it's not necessarily a shortfall. But it does speak to the inequity that exists within the water consumption under a flat rate system, whereas some are using much more water than others, where everyone still pays the same.
All right, thanks for the answer and the question. I don't see any further questions. Oh, Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. We went through this pretty extensively at the last meeting, and I think the case has been established that both in terms of conservation and equity, the equity point being that people who use a basic amount of water are paying for people who use excessive amounts of water. And so it makes sense to me that we move in this direction. I'm pleased to move option 1.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. We've had a good discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, moving along. Thank you. So report 2 of 3, financial strategy. It's great the council's good with report 1. The next question becomes financial. So how do we fund this responsibly? Again, report 2 is not asking council to approve final rates tonight. What it does do is simply test whether there is a financially viable and equitable framework that could be built to support metering over the long term. That's the idea behind this second report. Financial impacts. Universal metering introduces permanent life cycle obligations, like the installation of water meters, associated infrastructure, licensing, staffing, maintenance, and eventual replacement. At the same time, metering reduces consumption. The model projects a reduction of approximately 36%, or nearly 1 million cubic meters of water, generating about $1 million in bulk water savings. The financial strategy accounts for both sides of that equation. Under the current flat rate system, modeling also shows an estimated $1.77 million in annual cross subsidy from metered customers to unmetered residential customers. And again, as I articulated earlier, this is not a shortfall in the city's budget. It is, however, a measure of inequity. Moreover, it forecasts what unmetered households would pay if their consumption were billed the same way that our current metered customers are today. Water metering, combined with adequate rates, seeks to correct that imbalance. Proposed rate design. The modeled rate design sought to balance 3 objectives: equity, revenue stability, and conservation. This slide explains how pricing structure could support both fairness and system sustainability. The model rate design also has 3 components, and all 3 are seeking to work together to create success for this model. First is the minimum quarterly charge. This ensures that the city can recover fixed costs. Regardless of short-term fluctuations in consumption, this protects the utility from revenue instability as conservation rates increase. Second, volumetric pricing. This aligns cost directly with use. Customers pay in proportion to the demand they place on the system. This restores transparency and allows households to manage their own bills through behavior. And third, Tier 2 pricing. This applies higher consumption thresholds, which are largely associated with discretionary outdoor use. This tier in itself provides 2 purposes. It reinforces conservation efforts where they matter the most, peak demand, and it generates an incremental revenue required to help fund both the short-term implementation strategy as well as the future long-term life cycle costing. To be clear, the intention here is not to create punitive pricing. It's about cost alignment. Together, these elements create a rate structure that supports conservation, maintains revenue stability, and avoids shifting costs through blunt across-the-board rate increases. Annual fees. From a household perspective, what's important to emphasize is what is and what is not. This is not a revenue-driven exercise. The intention here is, however, to realign how costs are distributed across the customer class. Under the modeling, lower and average use households generally see similar or even slightly lower bills as compared to today, whereas higher use households, particularly those driving peak summer demand, pay more. Not as a penalty, but because their consumption has a disproportionate impact on our system's capacity, treatment, and regional supply. At the same time, the minimum quarterly charge ensures everyone contributes to the fixed cost of the system, the pipes, the treatments processes, the reservoirs, the operations, regardless of the usage. What this achieves is predictability and fairness. Conservation rate strategy. So this slide's really about how the system intends to pay for itself over time. Under the proposed model, 2 things happen simultaneously once water meters are installed. First, consumption declines. The city will experience real, measurable reductions in bulk water purchases from the CVRD. Those savings will have a direct impact on operating costs and could also be used to fund the metering program in the near term. Second, Tier 2 volumetric pricing applies primarily to discretionary use or high users. That pricing tier is intentional. It aligns higher system costs with higher impact and creates a revenue needed to semi-self-fund the metering program in the short term. So staff are recommending in the near term that both tier 2 pricing and bulk water savings be dedicated to a water metering reserve. That reserve could then be used to fund water meter installations themselves, the introduction of the program, AMI licensing, maintenance, and even incremental staffing needs as the program matures. What's important to note is that this rate structure was built to support conservation efforts. So as conservation takes hold, consumption drops, bulk water costs drop, and as a result, the delta revenue may shrink. The model shown here was intentionally designed to self-correct over time, reducing long-term financial pressure rather than compounding it. So report 2 options. Council's being asked to endorse the continued development of a long-term financial framework aligned with the implementation pathways as outlined in report 3. This option preserves flexibility while confirming that a viable financial approach exists. I'll pause here if council has any questions about report 2. Do you want me to go through like report 3 or do you?
Yeah, this is the end of
I'm
this
good.
report. So you're good?
I thought you were stopping what you were gonna say there. Sorry.
All right, Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I didn't mean to interrupt the end there. Yeah, I had a question just on the financial modeling and that delta in terms of how it will fund further meter installations as we go forward. I guess depending on, I mean, because there's a lot of assumptions and modeling that are going into how we're gauging what that delta may be, and it could be more than that or less. And as you said, there's the possibility that you know, that you get a water meter installed, you're a high user, you realize the impact on your utility bill, and then some of your habits may change. But additionally, if each year that we're rolling out meters to areas that have historically had fairly high water use, would we not see a greater delta with like each year that we have more meters in place? Would that not? And then would eventually we use that as like our reserve for replacing meters? Is that the idea? That's great. I have 2 questions. Can I just ask that?
I don't see any lights.
The other question, and maybe it will come up in the next report, was just on the voluntary side and how that would roll out if there would be additional fees for folks that are wanting that in. I know that we have, you know, areas that it's a lot more challenging to put that meter in. And so are we going to talk about that here or in the next report?
Thank you through the mayor, Councillor McCollum. In the next report, I speak to implementation pathways and what that would look like from a logistics perspective. But you are correct. There will be a voluntary program. There's a voluntary program in a couple of the options, depending on which direction, obviously, council goes. If I may, just to the point you made earlier that you've kind of worked yourself into a solution on, which was great. I just wanted to point out to the point that you made, right? The delta revenue is a modeled assumption at this point, right? It's assumed that tier 2 rate structures will exist and those high users may choose or may choose not to change their behavior and we would be able to collect those revenues. And it's kind of a win-win. The way that we've built it out in the system is if, to the point that you just made, people get a meter and they realize that their consumption is high and they want to change that to save money, well, we've won because the behavior has changed and the reduction in volume is achieved. And we see it on the other side. We see that in a net reduction in water that is purchased from the CBRD versus creating the delta revenue. So the two kind of work hand in hand. The more we can reduce as the rates through the rate review stay stable and as we evolve and the program matures, we can adjust them to absorb. But the idea is that both would be feeders into the reserve fund, which would then in turn help build out the program to its fullness.
Excellent. Thanks for that answer, and passing it on over to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just clarify for me, how long do you think the long-term strategy and the balanced universal sort of approach would be versus the 5-year?
Yeah, we get into that sorry, Councillor. We get into that in report 3 in terms of timelines, and they're fairly varied. The 5-year fixed universal program is set as a 5-year program. That's the implementation timeline and the horizon. The balanced option in option one has a timeline. It's projected out to 2039. And I will preface, and I'll get into this in the second report. After the 2,500 units that are meter ready have been established and meters are in and the billing cycles are in, the mock billing is through, the data has been collected, and we continue to build the success on the program. The end goal becomes less of a timestamp and more it's how is the system responding? Are we seeing the conservation efforts? Are they rising? Is our bulk water demand down? Is the system maturing in a reasonable way? Is the peak stress alleviated? We can extend out the window of capitalization of that non-meter ready properties. If we're not seeing it, then it's that shift in momentum, right? That opportunity for council to say we want to invest more earlier because we're not seeing the impact that we're hoping to see or achieve.
Yeah, I get it. It's flexible, but you're thinking 12 years kind of maximum. And when will you speak to the metering infrastructure options?
In the third report.
Thanks.
Yeah. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks. On the same conversation of the delta, and if we go to the slide over like the year, yeah, thank you. And so you're suggesting that part of the recommendation is us in principally supporting a rate adjustment over time. Is that something that would come back to council year over year based on usage, based on what we're seeing in the revenues from tier 2? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. It's a great point. This is obviously a modeled scenario, right? The goal through the Water Smart Action Plan is to get annual consumption on a residential rate down to the 260 cubic meters per household range. The median value, and one of the great things that we learned through this analysis is that the median for the city of Courtenay is 380. And that's why you'll see the 380 as a number consistently through the benchmarking through this analysis. And that's just the opportunity to start to encourage that reduction. If we're not seeing the reduction, we can encourage it through rate adjustments and augmenting the tier 2 rate structure to support conservation efforts as it takes hold. But you're right, correct. In terms of rate in and of itself, we have the rate review that's already in place and that's set forth rates to 2029. Staff would not suggest that we change that projection, but rather we build in the delta format and the tier 2 structuring within that, and then collect data and realize where we are on a per annum basis to make those adjustments so that this program stays affordable and attainable for the community.
Excellent. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just wondering if you could speak to the public engagement that will be required depending on how we move ahead. It's alluded to in the report, but without a lot of detail. And I think probably the general level of awareness about the city going this direction is not high. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to how we engage the community and what kind of levels of support or opposition you think are out there. And I bear in mind that the last time the city contemplated water metering, there was a fairly significant backlash. That was 17 years ago, and I think attitudes have in fact evolved.
It's a great point. Thank you, Councillor Hillian. I do speak to it. I have a slide tonight to talk about communication. As you've articulated, it is very important to educate the public and the residents on what the program looks like, how that's going to impact themselves at home. What does that mean when you get a bill or we convert to metered and volumetric? And that's inclusive of mock billing, working with our finance team to ensure that we've collected data and we've communicated with residents. They've had enough time to understand what a metered system would look like once it's installed before there's a financial impact. So communication is a huge piece of this, and I speak to it a little bit later in the presentation.
So thanks for that. I don't see any further questions or comments. So okay, any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. On to 3.
On to 3. Thank you. Report 3 of 3 is really about the implementation pathways. This report addresses delivery options. So this is not a binary choice between metering or not metering. It is, however, a choice or a decision about pace, sequencing, and risk management. Pathway options. There's 3 pathways presented tonight for council. Pathway 1 is the balanced universal metering program. It includes a mix of mandatory and voluntary phases seeking to maximize conservation benefits while managing implementation and financial risk. Pathway 2 is the 5-year universal metering program. It delivers impactful conservation results quickly, but involves a high financial and operational risks. And Pathway 3 is a combination of the two, limited program, including voluntary and new construction. So we took 2 of those scenarios and mushed them into one for this particular pathway. Although this pathway is a low in terms of financial risk, it also limits and has very limited influence on conservation efforts and trends. So Pathway 1, the balanced program. This pathway is designed to deliver early benefits while preserving control. The program starts with approximately 2,500 meter-ready properties. These are locations where installations can occur with minimal disruption and at low cost. This allows the city to do several things: capture early conservation efforts and collect data, validate operational assumptions, we've made a few tonight, and build public confidence. The next phase introduces a capped voluntary program for non-meter ready properties. Now, the cap is important because it allows staff and council to control and manage installation capacity, customer service demand, and financial or capital exposure. And the final transition to universal metering would not necessarily be date-driven. Instead, it would be tied directly to demonstrated conservation outcomes, financial performance of the reserve, and organizational and community readiness. This gives council clear checkpoints. Progress is earned through performance and not assumed upfront. Pathway 2, the 5-year program. This path delivers quick results, but does so by concentrating risk. Rolling out universal metering within 5 years requires significant upfront capital investment, accelerated staffing and contractor reliance, and upfront borrowing that would immediately impact customer rates. Operationally, it compresses customer communications, installation logistics, and billing transition, all into a very short window. While the conservation and equity benefits arrive sooner, the downside is that any misstep is amplified, whether that's installation issues, public confusion, or cost overruns. Now, staff are not saying that this pathway is unworkable. The question for council is whether the urgency gained is worth the loss in flexibility and increase in risk. Pathway 3, voluntary and new construction. This pathway appears low risk on the surface, but in the near term, performance is somewhat weak. Voluntary programs themselves have a tendency to attract low-use households or customers that are already inclined towards conservation efforts. Whereas high-use properties, typically the ones driving our peak demand, are statistically the least likely to opt in. So as a result, conservation gains are modest, equity corrections are delayed, and peak demand pressures are largely unmanaged. In practical terms, this means that the city continues to size infrastructure and regional supply systems around unmanaged peak use over the near term. Communication. So regardless of which pathway council chooses, communication is a key risk management piece of this program. For most residents, this will be the first time that they can clearly see how their water use connects to their bill. And that is a meaningful change, and one that needs to be handled thoughtfully. The approach focuses on 3 things: education, transparency, and predictability. Education means clearly explaining how meters work, how bills are calculated, and what typically drives higher costs. Transparency includes mock billing, so customers can actually see the consumption and what their bill would look like before any volumetric charges apply. This gives folks time to understand what their usage is and make adjustments before they're financially impacted. And predictability means clear notice around installation, billing changes, and support, avoiding surprises, which is where most public frustration would come from. The intention here is not to sell a program, it's to bring customers along on the journey. Policy alignment. The universal metering directly supports council's endorsed plans, including the Water Smart Action Plan, the Water Master Plan, and the official community plan. It also strengthens coordination at the CVRD by reducing peak demand-driven infrastructure projects, or at least delaying them. So report 3 options. Staff are recommending pathway 1, the balanced universal water metering program. It provides council with clear checkpoints, lower delivery risk, and flexibility to adapt as outcomes are demonstrated and earned. The path forward. Taken together, these 3 reports provide a clear decision framework. In closing, I'd like to remind council that this is not a simple decision about whether or not we install water meters. What it is about is whether the city continues to manage water based on averages or transitions to a system that is measurable, fair, and resilient, and whether that transition is managed in a deliberate delivery framework. With that, I'm happy to take any remaining questions.
Well, that was fun. I really appreciate the presentation. It's been a long time coming. So with that, I'll pass it over to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So maybe I missed it. Did you talk about cellular versus fixed network infrastructure?
No, thank you for the question, Councillor. I didn't specifically talk about
Yeah.
cellular versus fixed infrastructure. The report alludes to it a little bit. Really, the impetus to choosing on that, we'll have to go through the procurement process to understand which one would work best. There are some geographical limitations within our community in terms of which program would work better. The report through Water Street Engineering really spoke to the radio frequency versus cellular, and there's some challenges in terms of, or not challenges, but there's some differences in terms of upfront costs and long-term costs in terms of licensing upon those. So we'd have to go through an open procurement process and see what works best for our community to get the details.
And that's a decision for later.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Frisch. And Councillor Moore online.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Always great presentations, Kyle. My question is around the voluntary aspect. I'm wondering if you have comparisons to other communities who have done, their rollouts in terms of what the uptake is for voluntary connections. That's one question, I guess. And just what the benefit has, what are the benefits that that you see or that you've seen in other communities in terms of the voluntary aspect? I'm just wondering if how much benefit we would see to that voluntary piece in the short term rather than the long term.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Moore. The typical uptake in a voluntary program ranges between 3% and 7%. A neighboring community, the town of Comox, has done a fairly good job in terms of running through a voluntary program. I think they're about 60% metered in terms of the overall residential customer class now, and that's been over a long period of time. They've somewhat stagnated. As I articulated, the high users have a tendency to shy away from the voluntary program, but you would typically see around 3 to 6% uptake on a year-over-year basis. And I will offer, just in terms of the opportunity to participate, I think it's a great foot forward no matter what program we choose at the end of the day here today. Identifying the opportunities and developing a rate structure that supports voluntary gets us in the right direction. As I spoke to earlier, any action is better than no action. And if we want to mirror some of our neighboring communities, at a minimum, achieving an opportunity for voluntary compliance would be a great upswing.
Could I have just a quick follow-up, Mayor?
Yep, there's one person waiting, but if it's a follow-up, absolutely.
Yeah, just really quickly. I mean, I really appreciate the different scenarios for sure. I would love to see something between 5 and 12 years as a goal. But yeah, and I just wondered, that's why I asked about the voluntary piece, how quickly we could see those voluntary connections happen. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Moore and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. A couple comments and then a question. I mean, in summary, when we're looking at all of this. I mean, the key theme here is fairness. What we have is a lot of information in front of us that confirms that the vast majority of people on the water system are subsidizing a small proportion of high water usage properties. And so it makes a lot of sense to address that inequity. Another piece to it too is the regional picture. We're one set of users on a system that serves the entire Comox Valley. And I'm not currently on the water committee, but I've sat in on a couple of meetings, and I have been on that board over the years. And every time we get our annual water consumption reports, Courtenay is increasingly out of line with our neighbors, and I think we really have a responsibility to address that. It's a shared system, it's shared infrastructure, and we're creating demand that's going to lead to accelerating when major capital costs are coming. So I think that's also a perspective that we need to keep in mind when we're looking at our approach here. And then another aspect of this that is top of mind is that we're coming through a period of time when our community is being asked to pay for a lot of different things. We've had a lot of costs downloaded from the province, and while we're wanting to address water conservation and consumption in a responsible way, we're also very cognizant of downloading additional costs onto users. So I think the approach that's been landed on here is very thoughtful and fair, and won't be asking people on the water system to pay up front for future savings, which is essentially what we're doing here. Is by addressing these consumption problems, we will see significant savings on the system over the long term, and I think this approach will be able to do that without landing on some upfront costs. So just wanted to make those 2 points. One challenge that I see and just kind of what's laid out in terms of the timeline is that billing for high water usage is essentially 3 years out from right now, based on that timeline, if I understood it correctly. And I'm wondering if, in terms of the mock billing, if, 1/4 of mock billing would be adequate rather than a year of it, for example, and just whether or not there's consideration for accelerating that. I realize that there's also some legislative pieces, but we're going to have a lot of communication with the community around this, and then not really seeing billing changed for potentially 3 years, I think might just be a little too cautious. And I really appreciate how thoughtful this communication side is, because it is a very contentious issue, but I think public thinking on it has also changed a lot in the last 10 years. So I think that I have only heard concern over our lack of water consumption measures on our system in the last 8 years. And this has become a more focused on topic, but I haven't really heard that much from the other side. So I'm supportive of what's in the report, but I would like us to maybe consider whether or not there's a way to kind of push up the responsibility of paying for these high water usage properties sooner than later, recognizing that it's not, a quick fix, but also maybe 2009 is a long time from now.
2029. Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor McCollum. That's a great point. Mindful of that, obviously, as we build this presentation and walk through the logistics of implementation and timelines, there's still a lot of assumptions, right? Staff have to go through the logistics of it all, come up with a reasonable plan, and bring it forward to council for consideration. And those objective oversights are good to hear early on in the process, so that we can bring something back that's obviously fruitful for the community and for council. that meets their objectives. So I appreciate that. I do want to acknowledge just the timeline in terms of utility billing, and I don't want to run the bus too far over our financial friends at financial services. We do have to go through an upgrade of our existing billable systems. The software needs to be upgraded, and we need to transition to a different system for utility billing, which will take some time as well. And so we're kind of overlapping on terms on that. So providing opportunity for us to get the infrastructure in play and allowing them the same opportunity to get through their billing updates will obviously play a role in that. But you're right, we've anecdotally, and not to put Mr. Langenmeyer on the spot there, but we've had anecdotal conversations about, is it quarterly billing? Is it every other month? Is it half the city this month and half the city that month? Those type of things. So there's a lot of options and a lot of opportunities to continue to connect with the community, to connect with them over their bills and understand what those look like. But it's a big piece of work still on their side to detach that from taxation and get it into a utility bill.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Excellent questions and answers. I'll pass. Excellent. I think Councillor Frisch was first, then I'll go to Councillor Morin, and then we have Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just for historical context, you said there were 2,500 meter ready properties. Do you know what year we mandated that new construction was meter ready approximately? Like, my home was built in 2000, would it be meter ready, or if it was built in 2010? Has anyone been here long enough to remember?
Thank you for the question. Through the mayor to Councillor Frisch, I'm going to guess, but I'm really looking at my manager of utilities here to give you the number. I'm going to guess 2014, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. It's right around the 2014,
thanks for that.
early 2010s.
Yeah, I think my recollection was about 2015. It might have been in our first term, 2015-ish, because it was something that came up at that point. Sorry.
Yeah, no, thanks. That's all I really wanted to know. Appreciate it.
Councillor Morin.
Thanks, Mayor. I thought of another question, which I've brought up before, and I do appreciate council hearing this once again. But I do think it's an important piece in terms of incentivizing people to look at voluntarily hooking up. And often folks who are, I shouldn't generalize, but I'll say sometimes people who are concerned about conservation are also food growers and have a more sustainable lifestyle. And if people are working on conserving water, I would really love to see, I know it's not specifically linked in with water metering, but I think it is a parallel program or policy to have incentives for people to collect rainwater so that they can use it for irrigation for food gardens, especially. Because I think that is, that is a concern that people have. I'm not talking about people washing their cars in their driveways and all that, but I think food growing is something that is, yeah, I just think that should be an incentive. I know we've talked about it before. I know our city manager has said there are other communities that have it. If we have some kind of subsidies or rebates or something that we could offer people, just like we do with heat pumps. So I don't know if you have any commentary on that, but I think that could provide a little bit more of a boost for people to buy into this. So just putting that out there.
I'm kind of thinking on the spot. Thank you for the mayor to Councillor Morin. You're right. We have talked about it a bit. Just like blankly in terms of, or broadly in terms of like rebates, there's definitely something that council consider in terms of an equitability lens. When we looked at the mock utility rates, we considered that peak usage in the summer would differ from that over the winter months. So the quarterly rate in terms of cubic meters per quarter obviously will differ in terms of what you would see people use in the summer versus the winter. So the 380 and even down to the 260 still allows for seasonal usage within a reasonable time frame. So you would expect that individuals that are growing vegetables in their garden or things like that, they'd still be within that realm of reasonability in terms of per annum consumption, which is really the goal here. And I think there are broader programs. The rain barrel programs are often ones that come up. They're not super successful on the island. Just we don't get a lot of rain in the middle of August, where you would hope to capture and collect and retain those waters. The prairies, if it's hot one day, it's going to rain that night, and you're going to fill up your rain barrel and use it when it's hot tomorrow. So those work really well there. It's not so much here, but I think collectively, as we work with our group in development services and we look towards new greenfield development, permeable space, irrigatable space is a conversation to be had in terms of limiting irrigatable space on a greenfield development. A new residential lot is a lot of grass oftentimes. And so if we limit the amount of grass space, or even make parameters of expectation for the property, or put a certain amount of dirt or sod or soil on the property so that there's root retention for water capture and the growing medium is a lot more productive. Those have great benefits in terms of reducing the amount of water that's required. So there's many different opportunities to look at in terms of providing favorable opportunities for individuals, both those that are growing vegetables, but also those that are looking to renovate or modify their properties. That just made me think and realize that the CVRD does offer a rebate program for soil. So if you were to get soil and amend your property, you can take a photo of that and submit for reimbursement at the CVRD. So that's one of their conservation opportunities.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the other things that you've mentioned as well, in terms of yeah, reducing the grass and things like that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Morton, for that, and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Going back to the slide on communication, because I really do believe, other than, of course, the financial drivers for behavior change, which I think in this economy, a lot of people are questioning different ways that they can make changes in their life to reduce costs. But in the communication, it's in report 3, I think, it spoke to the mock billing, which I appreciate. I think as a communication tool, kind of gives folks a forecast. Is that just for those who are putting their hand up, or is that something through the voluntary program that we would send out to all residents for them to imagine what this could look like as a means to uptake that? And then the other piece around communication is beyond financial drivers. Often people through behavior change, we need to have, what is the solution? What is the change? What are the ways that I can conserve water? And so is there an educational component that will be part of the communication campaign around ways in which individuals can start to imagine water conservation within their property?
It's a great question. Thank you, through the mayor, to Councillor Jolicoeur. 2 parts there, and maybe I'll start with the first in terms of mock billing. The intention through the discovery and opportunity and conversation about mock billing was to have the opportunity for mock billing for everyone. Data acquisition, as we put meters in play, collecting information, having the consumption trends for each property is going to be vitally important, not only to ourselves as a utility, but also as the resident, to understand what they're doing at home that's either conserving or using excess water. And so those opportunities are quite advantageous, not only from a mock billing perspective, but we didn't really touch on it, and it will come down the road. We want to talk about technology and opportunities for technology. We talked about AMI licensing and collecting those informations, but really one important key thing that is out there now with water meters is the ability to link themselves. As a property owner, you can get an app that provides you with access to your meters. You know what your consumption is. It can notify you if you have left something on, for instance, or if you have a leak, and can provide that direct feedback to a property owner. So those are obviously things we'll look through through the procurement process to continue to provide real-time data to not only ourselves as the utility, but also to the customers. And in terms of changing behavior or other opportunities, I really would go back to the Water Smart Action Plan. There is a number of really great initiatives within the Water Smart Action Plan that speak to just those things. Water metering in and of itself is one way. All of the other avenues exist in the Water Smart Action Plan, and we can continue to drive those. And one of the big ones is I talked to earlier when Councillor Moram asked her question, was really about the permeable space and the irrigatable space, and some of the voluntary opportunities that exist just as a homeowner to amend how it is that you live in the environment that could achieve great success in reduction and conservation.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. We had 2 items of correspondence today from residents advocating that we adopt the 5-year implementation pathway, move quickly. We've heard from those individuals before. One of them did raise what I thought was an interesting point, whether or not there are any provincial or federal infrastructure grants that will help with this. I realize we're moving into a time when federal funding is somewhat questionable and the province's finances are in rough shape right now. But do you know anything about the likelihood of there being infrastructure funding for this sort of a program?
That's great. Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Hillian. It's a great question. The unfortunate answer is not currently. We are obviously always optimistic that the province at the federal level might provide opportunities for metering programs. They're typically tied to treatment plants. From a funding perspective, there was one that was open last year, but it was restricted to communities under, I think it was 2,500 or 10. It was a very small opportunity. So there's been nothing that's in that kind of mid-small municipality range that provides this type of funding for conversion. Not currently. Fingers crossed, though.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And maybe I think Councillor Jolicoeur had talked about that voluntary program, but the voluntary would start after the 2,500 meter ready, if I understand correctly. So that data would be coming in even prior to the voluntary folks. And that will be a much more random sample of just currently built houses, which obviously might have some water smart stuff built right into them, but it's usually the things on the outside that the water is being used on, I think. So Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks. I just remembered I didn't fully form my question around the voluntary program earlier. So I'll ask it now. So the voluntary program will have a limited number just due to cost constraints and the need to phase this in. But would it basically be an opt-in, like you communicate that you want to be one of the voluntary houses, and if you're, in that pool when there's still allowance in that cap, that you would essentially opt into a different type of billing and a meter would be installed, but there wouldn't be an additional cost. You would just be like put into the new pool type of thing.
Yep, that's correct. Absolutely. So the idea is that the capital upfront cost would be borne by the utility, and that the resident in and of themselves would not be responsible for cost other than the consumption of the water itself.
And my other question around that is, given that it is going to be a small percentage of homes, would we consider kind of looking at zones to implement voluntary so that we're not going around and collecting water data for one house on a street of 12, that kind of thing? Or will we just basically accept that that's the new? Because it seems like we're going to have a few years where we're going to have zones that have lots of meters and areas that basically have zero. And I'm just wondering from like an operations perspective, how we're going to tackle that time of transition.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. Obviously, from a delivery logistics perspective, it would be great to do an entire street. Well, we can mob once, be there, do all 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and mob out to another area. Voluntary is just that. It's voluntary. So we would hope that we would fill the list, whatever the financial cap that's approved by council in terms of delivery. We would hope that we would achieve an appropriate volunteer. And I think it's prudent for the city and for staff to present council with options if the voluntary program is not met. Where does the mandatory then start? So say you've got enough funds to install 100 non-meter ready properties and you have 50 volunteers. We'd seek to do the volunteers, but where are we going to put the other 50? And that would be in a very regimented perspective and probably an area that we're concerned about high volume use.
All right, thanks for the question. And Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. So I was going to ask when you might think that involuntary installation might occur, but it sounds like it's to be determined. But do you have an idea of when that could be?
Yeah, yes and no. It's a great question. We first would start with obviously all the ones that are very inexpensive to do. So all the meter ready properties we've done, you would open up the voluntary program, but the mandatory in and of itself would run parallel. If there's not enough voluntary program uptake, then you'd have to shift into the mandatory. What we're looking for is the balance between implementation and success of implementation. We want to see bulk water costs drop or consumption drop, and we want to see tier 2 rate revenues increase. We want to fund the program from within, and so we want to continue to move the program in a successful way. That's why we put a timeline of about the 12-year mark to full completion, but it wouldn't be. And I guess I could counter that with my own argument to say we could hit a point where we're super successful and council's happy with where we are in terms of implementation. Bulk water rates are down, conservation's uptake is high, and we no longer want to contribute on a per annum basis because the reserve is kind of leveled. It's kind of the win-win of each scenario, but I would estimate that non-voluntary and voluntary would happen in parallel, and they would happen under a capped program on a per annum that is attainable and financially responsible for the community.
So in essence, you're saying it could start in 2029.
Sorry?
The involuntary portion running parallel could start
Correct.
in 2029.
Correct.
So thanks for that. I don't see any questions right now. Maybe make a few comments. Just, again, this is something that definitely was highlighted when I first got on council back in 2014. 2015, we had unprecedented drought, and we actually had to create a new water restriction level because of how bad it was. I think one of the things that really jumped out at me, though, that first year is the fact that, as was stated, through SCADA, we can see how much the water usage is for the system. And literally overnight, when the water restrictions would start in springtime, the water usage would increase exponentially. And it wasn't that people felt that this is the time to restrict water between the hours that you're allowed to use it, but it was almost like we must use the water for the full time that we're allowed to use it. And so to see water usage actually go up was kind of disheartening when you see this. And so I've been talking about water meters quite a bit ever since. And when you talk about communities like Cumberland that are got a little bit ahead of the curve from us, and learning that people who did get an alert that they were out of usage. One person, they had a couple inches of water in their crawl space. Another person found out that the pond in the backyard wasn't really a pond, and so these are the things that we just don't have the tools right now to address. And when you look at what the cost is of a new reservoir, I mean, that's just the physical cost of something. It's astronomical, especially if we're having to do it across the entire city. And that's before you start talking about the environmental challenges. And, just a couple of weeks ago, I was asked what our snowpack level is, and we were at about less than 40% of our average. I mean, that really paints a picture that there are financial pressures and there are environmental pressures, and we need to start taking action. And I appreciate the councillors who have sort of said, let's start moving forward. But if there's opportunities to move faster, absolutely, I think that's something to highlight as well. So ends my comments. I'll pass it over to Councillor Fridge.
I mean, I just wanted to underscore that as well. I really appreciate Councillor McCollum asking the question, but 2029 is like a long ways out. But I realize it's a big program. But I would encourage you to see if we can start it in 2028. Would make a lot of sense. Like that's 3 full summers of technically in action, like results. Anyways, I know you guys will be very busy trying to figure it all out. So, thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. Great comments. All those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. And hopefully the message about how precious this resource is in our community will go forth. So thank you for everybody for the great discussion. We are at dinner break time, so we'll take about 25 minutes and we'll come back at 6:50. All right, everybody, I think we're ready to get back to our regular meeting. And we are on item 6.1, I believe. There we go. Item 6.1. Excellent. We have a mover and a seconder. Are there any questions or comments regarding item 6.1? Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Just for clarification, this is an item that was on the agenda at the Sewage Commission that city staff were concerned had significant implications for the community, and Courtenay directors influenced the commission to refer it back to the municipalities so that they could do their own reports on it. So that's where this originates. There's cost and operational implications over a longer term.
Awesome. I really appreciate that. I know there's a bunch of discussion around this, so it is great to see it come back here. So our staff can give us a fulsome report on options and implications. With that, no questions or comments. All those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries.
Oh, sorry, these are not on the screen, so if we
Oh,
could
read them out. So Councillor Cole Hamilton, if you wouldn't mind reading out the first one, just sure, it got missed, sorry.
Okay, it's the one we just did. The council directs staff to prepare a report providing feedback on the proposed inflow and infiltration and source control system commitments in the Comox Valley Sewage Service Liquid Waste Management Plan prior to the deadline of April 30th, 2026. And I was going to move do you want me to read that?
Yes, please.
Yeah. The council invites staff from the Comox Valley Regional District to attend a future meeting to present information on the proposed inflow and infiltration and source control system commitments in the Comox Valley Sewage Service Liquid Waste Management Plan.
Second.
Excellent. Thank you for seconding that. And the first one was item was moved, seconded, and voted on. Now for consideration number 2, I do not see any questions or comments. All those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. Excellent. Moving on to item 6.2, Patty Alvarado from Indigenous Women's Sharing Society, the Red Dress event on May 5th. And there is a request. Councillor McCollum.
I'll move that council approve a grant in the amount of $500 to the Indigenous Women's Sharing Society to support the venue rental costs for the Red Dress Day event at the Florence Filberg Center on May 5th, 2026, to be allocated from the Gaming Funds Council Initiatives budget.
Excellent. It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? It's always a great event. I think happy to support it, but all those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. And under unfinished business, we have the Dementia Inclusive Community Campaign through the UVic Faculty of Health. And there is a motion for consideration. And again, because it's for consideration, it's not on the screen. So you'll have to read it out, and I'll pass it over to Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll move that council, in support of the Dementia Inclusive Community Campaign, direct staff to collaborate with the UVic Faculty of Health and the Comox Valley Dementia Friendly Partner Groups to facilitate a temporary month-long public awareness installation along 5th Street, including flags on lampposts and temporary graphics on 2 benches at the corner of Duncan Avenue and 5th Street, and direct staff to assist with installation of the flags and bench graphics.
Excellent. It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Again, this is from a previous council meeting, so glad to see it come forward. All those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. We're going to move into bylaws for first, second, and third readings, starting with 8.1 zoning amendment bylaw 3192 at 2555 Cumberland Road. I'll pass over to Ms. Gothard.
Yeah, and I will simply just pass it over to one of our development planners, Michael Grimswood, who's been working on the file. And he'll provide just a few summary opening remarks. And we'll just observe as well that Jason Metcalf, development manager for the project representing the developer, is also in attendance should there be any specific questions oriented towards them. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The proposal before you is to rezone the 12-hectare, 30-acre property located on Cumberland Road, just south of the Copperfield subdivision and Arden Road from residential 1A, which has a 1 hectare minimum lot size, to a combination of 3 residential zones plus PA2 parks and environmental areas that will be dedicated to the city in the future. The concept plan includes 74 R-SME lots, each suiting 1 to 4 units, 81 townhouses, and 140 apartments for a total of 295 to 517 homes, subject to zoning and other processes such as subdivision and development permitting, as well as market conditions over 4 phases. This development represents one of the larger opportunities to contribute to meeting the city's housing needs as discussed earlier. Approximately 38% of the total property area would become protected environmental areas or park, including 2 neighborhood parks. An amenity package has been negotiated with the applicant, representing funding contributions to affordable housing and parks and recreation. A community information meeting was held this past August with public comment topics including transportation, land use and density, process and consultation, water and sewer, wildlife, buffers, policy fit, and schools, and general opposition as summarized in the CIM summary report attached, with written comments and a petition attached to the agenda. Public feedback since advertising today's meeting includes 12 written responses echoing similar themes, 11 opposed and 1 supportive. Staff recommend requiring prior to final approval that subdivision application be made and a development agreement be registered on title. That would include master plans detailing parks, environmental, infrastructure and servicing, and street design, as well as community amenity contribution details. Development agreement documents would be provided as part of the rezoning adoption package for council's consideration. The first and second options before council differ in that the second option would additionally require a detailed preliminary layout review of the upcoming subdivision application to be issued by the city prior to final zoning approval. This is the standard specified in the development procedures bylaw, but is awkward for a phase development such as this because it would likely need to be redone for each phase. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much for the report, and I'll see if any council members have questions or comments. It doesn't. Oh, there we go. Councilor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks. I guess my first question is just around, as you mentioned in your presentation, that approximately 30% of the site is being set aside for either a city park or just protected, which I would interpret to mean that it's not suitable for development due to water and I don't know, site conditions. But it wasn't totally clear to me if this proposal is exceeding what the limitations are in terms of what area is suitable for development versus what the developer is providing. I did notice on the site plan that the setback from Piercy Creek is listed as 25 meters. I thought 30 was what we had in our in the OCP or in other planning documents. So wondering about the 25 versus the 30 meters and whether or not there's anything that exceeds the minimum in terms of what's proposed here.
All right, Ms. Gothard.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I can just maybe speak to the interpretation on the 30 meters. Michael might, he can speak to any kind of other additional exceedances that maybe the file is achieving that I'm not aware of. Just a matter of this actually came up last meeting when we were talking about the OCP updates and the need for additional guidance on when to use the 30 meter. And so it is not a regulation. It is not a setback in the same way that a zoning setback is. And so our advice from legal counsel has been to revisit those guidelines to be crystal clear in the instances where it can apply and not apply. As such, I guess just to give the context is we are not always achieving 30, although there are a number of times when we are. And in this instance, yeah, this is an instance where it's not 30 meters, but it has been supported by biological reports. And so that's just to give a context on the interpretation of the 30 meters. But I'll allow, maybe possibly Michael might have more to add.
I can add a little bit. Just gonna grab your map there, Nancy. Yeah, so outside of that one strip along Comox Logging Road, there are also, yeah, there are a number of green areas that are listed as green area that are not technically environmentally sensitive areas, but would provide some additional buffering and would be awkward to develop also. And then there are some more green areas that are offered to complete a wildlife corridor. And this property is actually shown on a map in the OCP as a good candidate for a wildlife corridor. But the subject application kind of achieves two of them, where only one is really shown in the OCP. They've kind of got a bit of a V going on. So it connects that wetland complex, and then that follows to the south, and then it would have to go onto the neighboring property a bit, but then again along the Comox Logging Road area and connecting to surrounding forested areas. So there are some areas where there's been a little bit more offered than would be required by provincial regulation or city bylaws.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. I also have a follow-up just on the reports. Like there was an attached report about an environmental overview and impact assessment that was signed off by external consultants. And I mean, this is not an area where I have any background, but I did notice that there's like mention of potential mammals on the site that don't exist on Vancouver Island. And there's a table where it lists some red listed species, again, that could be possible on the site, but again, don't live on Vancouver Island. And it raised a question for me just in reading through this and seeing that there are things that I'm unclear as to why they would be included. But how much reliance do we put as an organization on external reports like this? I mean, there's also a disclaimer at the end that says that they're, not liable or responsible for, just basically their fees in the report. And if we're putting a lot of our decision-making onto a report that we did not commission and that I have some concerns about some of the accuracy of it, like I don't know. I'm looking for some more context as to, how much of this site plan we know from our own expertise and how much we're relying on an external source like this. I guess that's my other question. Thanks.
Through Mayor to Councillor McCollum. We did have a third-party biologist review and work with the applicant's biologist at a few times during the process. And so this has evolved in part due to that.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum, and Councillor Moran.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I have a really long list of questions, so we'll just have to go through them bit by bit here, as I'm sure others do. One of the comments, I think, when this was being introduced was, I think you said 38% dedicated park, but it says 33% in the report, so I just wanted to flag that. I'm not sure whether it's 33 or 38. 5% doesn't seem like a lot, but a big difference. But anyway, that's one thing. And I also noticed some of the things that Councillor McCollum noticed as well. And I wasn't totally clear in your answer just now what that meant by things have evolved, whether we've gotten an updated report or anyway, I can come back to that. My main question right now is going way back sort of to the beginning around the public consultation piece, which I know the surrounding residents as well as council has, been informed that we're not doing public hearings for these kind of applications if they fit into the OCP. That's another question around that. But there were quite a few comments about the information meeting happening in August. I know this has come up before. I just wondered if we had any guidelines in terms of when these information meetings take place, because I think it is a valid point that many people are away in the summer. Even waiting until, early September or something like that probably wouldn't have made a huge difference in the process, but it would have made a difference to the folks who wanted to weigh in or attend that meeting. So that's one piece that I have is, or one question is, what are the requirements as they stand now in terms of consultation and when information meetings are to be held to give the best access to the information? Thanks.
All right, Ms. Gothard.
All right, thank you for the question, Councillor Moran through the mayor. The matter of the community information meetings, the question's just, it's a very material one and a good timing of one. And indeed, I see our acting director of development services actually on the call because I believe she wanted to probably add more detail what I was about to say. So maybe I'll just allow Kate O'Connell to speak for herself.
Excellent, Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you very much, and apologies for the dueling acting directors tonight. But there's kind of two pieces to that. So I think what Nancy was going to let council know is we're currently working on creating the policy guideline materials for those community information meetings to create a more consistent approach across them in general. But in regard to the timing of when those meetings take place, this is something we've struggled with even in the development of the communication strategy and the engagement framework, is when are good times and when are bad times to engage the community. And honestly, there's ups and downs or considerations in both. So for example, holding something in August may result in when people are away on holiday. Holding something in September can be equally challenging, especially for families who have young kids that are going back to school, and that can be quite a hectic time. So presenting a high barrier to participation at that point. The other piece too is that these community information meetings tend to be held during a certain maturity level in an application process or in the consideration of development. And so tying the opportunities for having those types of engagements to specific seasonal timing or blackout times or priority times may actually have unintended negative consequences on the rate that we can consider these types of applications. That said, I haven't had anything definitive come back in any of our processes that say this is the best time to engage versus this is the worst time to engage. Unfortunately, somebody or group is either affected by one season or event or the other. So we do our best to have multiple ways of finding information online, being able to attend these meetings in person, and there's nothing that prevents residents from reaching out and speaking directly to the applicant as well, or staff as time goes on.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I do appreciate that, although I do think that we have received more feedback about meetings during the summer than other times, but I do appreciate that there's often no best time for for some of these things. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moran, and moving on to Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. My question was in regards to the tree retention bylaw, and I noticed it looked like possibly over 50% of the trees, if that's correct, you can correct me if I'm wrong, look to be retained, and I'm wondering how that matches up to our bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Frisch, through the mayor. I'm actually going to circle back really quickly, if I can, to one of the previous questions, so clarifying whether it's 33 or 38%. In terms of area, it's 38%. There are some numbers got kind of conflated in the report. 33% is the estimated amount of trees that will be retained. And that is through a detailed arborist study that happened. There was also some surveying that was done, and this was part of a request and in part through our biologist to get more clarity, more information. So you asked, is it 50? No, it's more like 33. And as it relates to the tree bylaw has density targets that apply only to the developable area. So we'll kind of have to work through it as we go. A lot of the trees that will be retained, this is a fully forested lot. So even retaining 33%, if it was all developable area, you'd easily meet the target, but it's not all developable area. So we'll have to work kind of through that as we go. There will be requirements to add additional trees. Some of the ones that are being retained will count toward the target, and others we'll have to look to replacement or possibly funds into the tree fund.
Right. Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. I guess I was looking at the mature tree numbers, which is why I was wrong in essence. And I also, there was also in the report, it talked about, I don't know if it's called wind throw or like the possibility that trees will be at risk once you cut down all the other ones. So what's the likelihood that we're gonna have all these mature trees standing, but then have to cut them down later because they're at risk of falling on houses?
Thank you, Councillor Frisch, through the mayor. This was an issue that was raised. It was a big concern for residents, and was already kind of top of mind because of that area and elsewhere along the Arden corridor. There are issues with interaction of water tables and wind, and so we required there to be a detailed wind throw assessment. They actually did two. They did one, and then they kind of revisited it again after as they were doing the surveying. They identified trees that would need to come down. I mean, they mostly looked at the edges and the forest in general, but they identified trees that would need to come down and other trees that could be retained in response to feedback from the community. They looked around the edge of the property, not just along the required retention areas, but along like the Swanson subdivision to see like a 5-meter buffer to see if they could keep trees in the backyard. So they identified the ones that looked like they would be strong candidates to retain, and others would come down and they'd have to be replaced.
Okay, thanks for that.
Right, and there's quite a few other questions here, so we'll just keep going. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks. And actually, that was my line of questioning because we have heard from community, and I even remember during the election door knocking all around that area, both on either side of Cumberland Road, and it was a major issue actually from the results of development and that went through, and the trees that needed to be felled afterwards as a result of the development. So that was the one question. But if we can just move over to another part of the report that I did have questions on, and starting on the section related to what we're looking at addressing prior to adoption, specifically the street design plan. And in the staff, this is page 11 of the staff report, it says, based on the reports to date and any issues raised by council. And so, and then you list a few things here: bioswales, active transportation, street parking, and offsite street improvement. So is there specific feedback that you're looking in the word consideration? So not required? Is this, are bioswales going to be a requirement? So I'm just a little confused here around the, I guess, these 5 components of the design plan. And are you looking for specific feedback from council on each of those?
Okay, thank you. We're not looking for specific feedback at this time, but sometimes feedback comes and it can be appreciated. There is an element with the swales that's a little bit interesting, which is that currently in our subdivision development servicing bylaw, we have 2 different local road cross sections. We have the standard one, which doesn't have swales, and it has a sidewalk on one side. And then we have an alternative one that's much more recent, and it has a swale on one side and it has sidewalks on both sides. And that just, it's a lot of components. And so it may be helpful to look at that. Not right now, but as things may progress, to see if there may be room to make a cross section that allows swales and only one sidewalk, and then has more space in the road right of way for parking or other elements.
Yeah, so just as a follow-up, Mayor, if I can, I seem to recall that this was in the subdivision bylaw policy work that we did 2 years ago. That we approved bioswales as part of subdivision. I recognize that this is a little different. And so that's why I was a little confused that there was a saying here that raising issues raised by council. So I would look to bioswales as being a part of the development. And I guess maybe for a point of clarification on the bioswales, is the issue at the cross sections within the development or at the existing right of way? So Cumberland Road and Slade Road, and is that what we're talking about? We're talking bioswales within the roads that will be created within the new development.
To reply, Councillor Jellicoe through the mayor, we're talking about the swales throughout within the development.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. We still have the same amount of questions, I guess, if not more. And Councillor Moore, if you had more questions, you can, I think you had mentioned you might have more. You can put your hand back up. I'm going to pass it over to Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have a question just around, the phasing process for this development. I feel like every time we get a big, one of these large proposals in front of us, that I'm never 100% certain what happens next. And so we're at, if this rezoning proceeds, there's 4 phases to this development. And it looks to me that phase 1 and phase 2 are essentially typical city lots that we used to call single family home lots, that are now called SMU lots, but they're essentially the same thing. And there looks to be about 70 on the proposal here. And then further on down the line, there's a phase 3 and a phase 4. And so, I mean, do we have, after rezoning's approved, it's really up to the developer how quickly this proceeds? There could be a phase 1 and 2 done, and then nothing happens with 3 or 4 for many years, because there's no commitment to a timeline once the rezoning occurs. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank
Over to
you,
you, Pat.
through the mayor. There is no timeline to that. It is done in phases. It is rezoned all at once, primarily for the developer to ensure financing. And some of the infrastructure has to be built out prior to phases. So there's no timeline on when each phase is developed. But it's zoned all in one so that it can be dealt with one, and so that all the engineering can be planned as one.
Yeah, that makes complete sense to me. I guess the reason why I kind of paused on this and wondered how we're doing this is that previously, like we're using community amenity contributions because this is considered an in-stream application. So our new our new ACCs have not been adopted yet and won't be. And it, should we go ahead with this? And from the information in the report, I'm not clear as to whether or not we would collect all of the CACs that are associated with this project at the time of rezoning, or because it's laid out in phases, but I'm not clear if the commitment is due now. And the reason why I flag this is because phase 1 and phase 2 are a pretty small proportion of what's being committed to and what's highlighted as the financial implication in the report. So I just want to understand if rezoning proceeds, what is the financial commitment in terms of those CACC payments to the city?
And through the mayor, the CACs are negotiated as part of the development services agreement. They are paid at building permit.
So just to circle back, so if phase 3 and phase 4 don't happen for 10 more years, the only fees that the city would collect is 200,000 plus potentially another 200,000. Because the bulk of the CACCs are tied to phase 3 and phase 4 of the development.
That's correct. It would be at the rates they were negotiated.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thanks for that. And moving on to Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. This is a massive development, if only in the number of reports that were attached to our package. And I have to confess, I didn't read every page. I also have to confess that I missed the days when developers would actually come to council and present the plan for a development of this size, and there was an opportunity to weigh in. Having said that, I'll have to acknowledge that Mr. Metcalf did reach out to members of council back in the fall, and I was out of the country at the time, and unfortunately, when I came back, didn't follow up with the opportunity to learn more about the project. So I've been learning about it in the last little while through the letters from concerned residents of the area, and then of course through the information that's part of the council package for today. I guess the biggest concern I have initially is the density on the edge of the city, and I appreciate that. I guess that is in keeping with our official community plan. But I thought our official community plan was more likely to encourage developments of this type of density closer to the center of the city where there's access to services. And I'd maybe contrast this with what's proposed for the Anderton area down the line, where there'll be lots of houses and development going in, but there'll also be shops and services that people can actually walk to. And there's nothing of that nature here. So while we get lots of needed houses, we really get houses with families that are dependent on using their vehicles to go to the stores and to get to their services. We've had lots of concerns in the past about child safety walking to school along Arden Road. And while we've certainly done some work on the Lake Trail section of Arden, we haven't done anything about Arden. The intersection of Arden and 20th Street and Cumberland Road is an issue for many people already. And it's acknowledged in the report that it's going to become more of an issue whether this development proceeds or not. So I'm just wondering if staff can comment on the density of this development and the pressures that it will increase on the infrastructure of that area, whether we're talking traffic congestion, child safety, access to schools, all of those issues.
Ms. Gothard.
All right, thank you for the question. Yeah, there's kind of a series of kind of interrelated questions there. So I'll try to, I hope I cover them all. So the item of the density and the vision of the OCP. So indeed, the higher densities are anticipated in the cities, town centers, et cetera, more core to the built up areas. I know this may be surprising to hear the gross density of this particular project when you take into account, maybe I'll just use the word dedication, breathing room of the environmentally sensitive areas and some of those other deeper setbacks on some of those lots. It's actually landing right within the range of the target densities for the urban residential designation that now the new OCP actually clarifies, because actually the old OCP didn't actually give target gross densities, and now that number is emerging. Now, to be clear, this application is not subject to the new OCP because it hasn't been adopted yet, but I guess this is just, I'm saying this as an illustrative example, is that this is the future vision of also what urban residential can mean for our community, with the recognition that higher density is higher than this and is then closer to the town centers, et cetera. And part of that comes not just from our OCP. Part of that comes from the fact that now when single residential lots, individual fee simple lots are created, traditionally we would see, one unit, a single residential home, maybe a suite. And now the province requires those 4 units per lot. So that's the density. I think it could be talked about in 2 levels here. There's just the overall yield across the different zones, and the recognition that probably a lot of those smaller zones will not result in 4 units per lot. And I think that the report does recognize that. And then there's another question around density. Often, rightly so, people would attribute those taller buildings to a feeling of density, and they're meant to be designed and spaced and screened, and whether through existing environmental areas or new landscaping to give that buffering of that feeling of that particular type of density. So I hope I'm painting a picture of density in Courtenay and really how our community is changing. In terms of the distance to other daily services, complete community needs, excellent observation. The closest neighborhood center, of which the amenities, the commercial amenities are not so diverse yet, but the OCP does certainly want to support it, is the Tin Town area. And we do see some new uses forming in that area, and commercial uses, for instance, and that's about 1 kilometer away. So, that is about a 15-minute walk for a lot of people. And then, getting to the point of like, well, how are people walking there, and how are people walking to other places like the school, as you mentioned. So the overall, even the Arden local area plan and the city's Parks and Rec plans and the OCP, there's various numbers of plans that recognize trail connectivity needs to be improved in this area along a type of Arden access, whether it is on Arden, whether it being coordinated with some other infrastructure needs along there, or whether it is somehow negotiated north of this project through other undeveloped lands. But I'm speaking more to going to Arden School, or if it's over closer to tributary 10 of Piercy Creek towards the direction of Lake Trail, there could be some opportunity to get trails in there. Now, those are long-term strategies. Obviously, those are years away in reality, but the plan would be that people have those walking opportunities as well. And then the transportation, it would be observed in the report that transportation is one of the key topics to develop further detail and understanding of the developer contributions as part of, like, commensurate with the development. The other part is, we have a great opportunity with understanding our own transportation system right now with our strategic transportation plan. And the reality is, I'm sure council is very aware of this intersection. This intersection has been quite challenging for a long time, Arden 20th, Cumberland. And so some of that is actually, that'll just be challenging whether there's new development there or not. So there's a part that is the city's responsibility to help understand solutions to that as well. So I guess just to say that part of the next phase is understanding what is the developer's responsibility as relates to this development, and where the city's responsibility lie on some of those congestion issues.
All right, thanks very much for that. Just looking around, I think Councillor Cole Hamilton hasn't spoken yet. Yeah. Yeah, and I think everybody else has. That sound about right? All right, I'll pass it over to Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to build on what Councillor Hillian was saying, just some of the concerns about just about transportation, given this is near the edge of the city. And I know that from my research, it looks like the closest bus stop is about 1.3 kilometers from the entrance to the development. So I guess a bit further if you're actually within the development. And there's some contemplation of a new bus route, Route 9. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit about what the timeline and process might be for that bus route, which looks like it might be able to provide a stop about 300 meters from the entrance to be in place, just to provide another set of viable alternatives for these residents.
All right, Ms. Gothard.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we understand through the CBRD and BC Transit that the exact timing of the new route is not known. I can say though, just from talking at the planning level with their transit future planning, is that part of the rationale for the additional route in this area is development, and them seeing that for years now that the city was identifying that development could happen in this general area, not just only this parcel. So unfortunately, we just don't have the specific answer to that right now, but this interplay of the chicken and egg, does the transit come first so that it supports the development, or does the development densities come and it supports the transit? I mean, this is this classic question, but these jurisdictions, being the city of Courtenay and BC Transit CBRD, are aligned in seeing future transit service here.
That's a related follow-up. I noticed the regional district requested what is this called? It's transportation, and no, not the transportation traffic impact study. It is a transportation plan be created for the development. Am I right that transportation plan would be advisory, like it in terms of the suggestions it might make in terms of the influence of the future of the development?
All right, I'll get your light back on. You could probably just leave it on for the rest of the night.
Thank you. Through Mayor to Councillor. As I recall from the CVRD's comments, that wasn't super detailed. We would be doing some site level and beyond transportation planning in this transportation plan that we would require as part of the development agreement, and then also the city's working on the master transportation plan that I can't really comment on. Sorry, I don't have a better answer for you.
Oh, okay. So yeah, maybe I'll get back in line with another question. Yeah, but thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton, and maybe we'll go online to Councillor Morin again.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Of course, I keep tag teaming on the previous questions because they're so good. Yeah, I had a question around a transit as well, and I did want to weigh in on that a little bit, being on the RD and having these conversations. Of course, Councillor Cole Hamilton is the chair, so he's well aware of this, but the service improvements don't come quickly. In fact, there was basically a moratorium on them for quite some time, and we have service improvements that we asked for literally 5-6 years ago that are still waiting or just coming on now. So if we don't have any kind of commitment around that Route 9, I just don't see it coming anytime soon. So I wouldn't put my eggs in that basket, I don't think. So that brings up the question around if people have to walk more than 15-20 minutes to a bus stop, they're going to hop in their car if they have one. So I think that the piece around this bordering, really, bordering the regional district and being quite out of the way. I do hear the point that there are some services a little ways away, but not what we would call sort of a hub of services per se. But I wanted to go back to the environmental piece. And again, sort of looking at that report and some of the kind of missing pieces or potentially missing pieces. We received a lot of comments about the wildlife and concern for the wildlife, in particular owls and nesting owls. And when I looked at the report, I mean, obviously, nesting birds are covered under the Wildlife Act. And they are mentioned owls are mentioned, but I guess it just, I think often, I don't know how many visits the biologists take to the site. I mean, there's comments about, well, we didn't see this on this when we walked the site, but the people who live in the area are the people that see the wildlife and see what's going on and pay attention to the nesting birds and have conversations with each other about that. And I don't think it's just owls. I think there's I mean, I know there's a wildlife corridor, but of course birds are don't necessarily, they're not in that land corridor. So I guess I'm curious what I guess how much if we can get better information around that aspect, because it seems like maybe this environmental overview maybe is missing the mark, and not being an expert, but also looking at the expertise of the neighborhood, and that knowledge, they're the knowledge keepers for that. So I'm just curious if you have any comments about that environmental piece, particularly around owls, but also there's all the other wildlife that are in that area as well. I'm not sure how you're going to protect nesting owls if you don't know that they're there and where they are.
And just because he's waving his hand a little bit, the developer in the back is, yeah, if you're comfortable with him, oh, and Kate's hands up, and you can choose podium, chair, wherever you'd like to go. Okay, podium, and then maybe in the interim, I don't know if Miss O'Connell, if you want to go first. Okay.
Sure. Thank you. And thanks, Councilor Moran, for the question. So as, sorry, as you may recall, like just from the recommendation of the resolution itself, there's quite a few master plans that are still going to need to be developed. And the decision point that's before council today is really in regard to the rezoning itself. So our OCP identifies this as urban residential, as that future potential. The rezoning that's being recommended today for council's consideration is in alignment with that OCP. The pieces around how do we then manage the actual development on site, mitigate its impacts, whether it's traffic, environmental, on the animals themselves, that is really through what would be the next part of this process, which is the development of the park master plan, the environmental master plan, the infrastructure servicing, the street hierarchy and active transportation plan. So all of those pieces have yet to come to require or seek that level of detail analysis and investment from a developer at the rezoning stage. It is absolutely possible, but could be quite prohibitive. So it's one of the pieces where we have in the resolutions that before this bylaw, should it get council's consideration tonight for third reading, before it comes back for final, all of those pieces would be developed and in a level or a state that's agreed to or would be suitable to the developer, but also something that we would be in alignment with council's policy objectives and all of those concerns within. So yes, it would be great to have that information now. It's just not necessarily appropriate for this stage in the process, which is really, is this land appropriate to be used for the type of application and the rezoning? According to the OCP, it does align. So it's really, are there other considerations beyond that?
Thank you.
Excellent. And we do have the applicant as well. So if you want to say a couple words.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you, councilors, for having me. Kate, I think you did a really good job of answering that question, but more specifically to your question, bird nesting surveys are a part of the environmental master plan, the environmental development permit, which comes after the third reading. So that's absolutely part of the game plan. It's just, would be this summer's activity.
All right, thanks for adding that.
Thank you.
And, awesome. Thanks, Councillor Morin, and we'll move on to Councillor Jolicoeur.
No, thanks, Mayor. Just going back to the previous conversation around the CACs, under the financial implications in the staff report that Councillor McCollum brought up. And so to be clear, the majority of this $1.8 million won't actually come until the end of phase 3 and phase 4. It's my first, I just wanted ultimate confirmation on that.
No, 1 second. All right.
Through the mayor, it would come by development permit. So if in fact the first phase is a smaller number of units, yes, it would come by building permit.
And was there any rationale for not moving forward with a housing agreement around securing affordable housing units within the development application?
If I may speak to that, that would be great. Thank you, Councillor, through the mayor. Yeah, affordable housing, it was and will continue to be looked at as we mature through the development planning process. So part of the development agreement, as we start to identify exactly the build out plan, we will be reviewing them at that time for market conditions, for potential partnerships.
Yeah. Great. Thanks. I'll get back in line. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur. And moving on to Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Mayor. My question was about the amenity contributions as well. And I just wanted to clarify the difference between what's been negotiated here and what would be the case after we pass our CAC bylaw. And if I remember correctly, our CACs for single families are in the neighborhood of 7,000, but maybe you could just, I don't know if you have it off the cuff, what the comparison would be. If this went through after our CAC bylaw gets finished, would it be similar, or are we a long ways off? And if you need to get back to me on that, that's fine.
Maybe we'll get back to you on that.
Okay, I appreciate you looking into it. Yeah, and I'll pass it off and come back for more. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I guess one of my major concerns here is just we're looking at a significantly large parcel that represents a big greenfield development on the edge of town, certainly within our boundaries and in line with what's laid out in our OCP. But we are really looking at a subdivision that's going to be largely car dependent for the foreseeable future. And there is in the staff report a few items listed in terms of servicing infrastructure that's needed when it comes to utility, water utility and stormwater and sewer. But I didn't really see anywhere where there's, other than maybe there's a requirement for some infrastructure or some intersection improvement. So I guess my question is, would approving a development of this scale yield any improvements to walkability outside of the streets that are contemplated inside the parcel? Because inevitably when we add, I mean, we have many examples of this around town. We approve a development, people move there, and then they look around and think, gosh, this is not really that safe to walk my dog. I can't cross the road. I can't walk along the road. There's no sidewalk. So, which is the case along Cumberland Road and Arden, and most of the walk, actually, if you were to walk to Tin Town, you hit sidewalks more than halfway there. So, and given that like more than half of the area of this would be developed in phase 1 and phase 2. And yeah, we would get some CACs from that, but I'm not really clear what the benefit is for the community. There's a trade-off here when we approve a development like this, that we, you know, are adding a burden to our, you know, roads and our existing infrastructure. And generally there is some kind of trade-off, but I'm just not really, I'm not sure if I'm seeing it. And so, yeah, if you could clarify what the infrastructure or what the intersection improvements are, and whether or not there would be any improvements to the walkability around this area should the development proceed.
Through the mayor, one of the things that will be negotiated or will be put into the development agreement is exactly what will have to be done. Now, offsite, for example, upgrading sidewalks along Cumberland would probably not be included in that, but there are in the traffic impact assessment, there will be contribution to a number of transportation things, signalization at Cumberland and Arden, turning bays. There's a list on page 8 of the staff report. This development would not be responsible for all of that, but they would make a major contribution to that. There are other developments that are being proposed in the area as well that would contribute to that. So these upgrades would help the, as you say, the access, the walkability, crossing the road, all of these things would be improved by this.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I did see these, proposed mitigation, and that was part of my confusion as where the responsibility lies, if that's entirely with the developer, but most of it seemed around the traffic itself and not so much with the sides. But I think maybe you answered my question, is that in terms of like providing sidewalks along these roads, ultimately the city will pay for those costs of having, you know, additional residents needing those services living in that area. It's not going to be on the developer, but on the wider tax base to cover.
And through the mayor, I don't have the DCC list in front of me, but there could be items in the DCC list that the contributions from the developers would go to pay for as well. I can't tell you right now if that's sidewalk on Cumberland, but there could be things in that bylaw.
Okay, yeah, thanks. And also for clarity, when these developments, these lots are developed, the DCCs apply at the time of building permit. They're not in stream, or are they in stream?
Hang on one second.
Yeah, through the mayor. So the DCCs definitely apply. I think there was a question of if they're in stream, et cetera. They and they apply for the lack of a better word, for the lower density lots. I was going to say single residential, but that zoning doesn't exist anymore at the subdivision phase, and then for the larger developments, the multi-story, et cetera, that is at the building permit stage. So those. Yeah, I hope that answers the question.
I think so. So most likely the phase 1 would come in under the in-stream, like old DCCs essentially, but likely a phase 2 would probably end up in the new DCCs just based on timing.
That timing could be the case. I understand we don't actually have the subdivision application in at this particular point in time, so it is very close, I guess, the timing, because we're expecting the DCCs to be adopted at the end of April.
Okay, yeah, thanks. That's good.
All right, thanks for that. Next we have Councillor Helene, but again, a nudge to Councillor Moore, and if you had another question, there are lots of lights on, so if you want to put your hand up again, and I'll pass it over to Councillor Helene.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. If there was no application to rezone, what could actually be built here? Would it be a similar development to what we already have in the Swanson Road area?
Thank you for the question through Mayor to Councillor Hillian. No, much less. The current zoning allows minimum 1 hectare lots. So you could have, well, depending on the configuration, you'd have environmental areas, maybe 10 to 12 lots or something like that. Much less. Yeah.
Why is that?
That is the zone. I presumably I'd have to get back to you as
Okay.
to
Okay, so historically, that's what it was zoned. and-
historically that's what it
Yeah.
was zoned.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is because most of the people who have expressed concern have acknowledged that this property is going to be developed. And, I think the concern that's being expressed is not about development per se, but about the scale. And, I want to recognize that most developers are pretty responsible when it comes to things like nesting sites and care for streams and all of those types of values. But I guess what we're hearing from the community is concern about the scale. So I just did want to ask about the plan for 4-story units, and I appreciate that that's later on. And who knows, it may never happen because this whole thing will probably take 20 years or more to build out, depending on the economy and all sorts of things. But what is our rationale for moving to 4-story in that area, which does substantially change the form and character of essentially a residential development on the edge of town. Again, getting back to the issue of the number of people living there and the access to services and such.
Thank you for the question. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but I really don't think I am. We don't really have the ability to zone to something lower than SMU for a residential a residential lot, a regular residential, since that has been brought in. And strange as it may seem, that actually has the highest potential density of everything here, even though it's theoretically low density, because if you were to put 4 units on a not that people normally would, but if you were to put 4 units on a 300 square meter lot and you built out to you managed to maximize your building footprint that you're able to do, and you maximize the height, you can actually get more built density on that than you could on an R4A or on the kind of intermediate zone that we're putting down. It also has the smallest parking requirements, if anything. But that's kind of the base that we have at this point in time. So the question isn't necessarily so much the density, it is the height. It is the height. The R4A has a 4-floor height, and the others don't. They have 11 meters, which is essentially 3 floors. So in this case, we felt that the height is well buffered. It's well buffered by environmental areas that are going to be retained, and it's buffered by new development that will go in, understanding that this lot next door has the zoning for 4 floors of height. And yeah, that's about it, I suppose.
Yeah, thanks for that. I will just say that there's a number of things that I think are positive about this development. I appreciate the care that's been put into some of the walking trails. There's talk about walkway and connectors to other trails and such, and so I think there's a number of aspects that we can see as positive, but yeah, the overall concern still is with the location and the distance to amenities and the implications of that. And I appreciate that if we're looking at a longer term where this will eventually develop, it may be that's less of an issue over time. But as I think somebody referenced earlier, we often find ourselves in catch up with these types of things. We have people along Arden Road who talk about coming into the city many years ago and still having issues around flooding and those types of things. So I think that's part of the reason there's so many questions and perhaps what feels like a bit of pushback. Thanks.
And I see Ms. O'Connell is ready to chat as well.
Well, thank you. Just to the comment on the future phase apartment buildings. Going back to the urban residential zone within the OCP, it does contemplate those types of buildings within this type of zone, including the mixed use. So you've got the schmoo zone lots, the townhouse lots, and then the apartment buildings. So those are all things that are explicitly referenced within the urban residential zone within the OCP. And that's not under it hasn't been changed under the newly proposed update, but was under the 2022 OCP. So that the mix of the housing that's being proposed here is very consistent with that proposed RU zone.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And we'll go over to Councillor Moore.
Hi there, Mayor. Thank you. Sorry, I just had a little distracted temporarily there. Yeah, I wanted to go back to the piece around the pedestrian safety and specifically around the school aspect that was also brought up in terms of access to safe transportation to schools and also the school capacity in the area. And I wondered if you could touch on any consultation with the school district. And I think this also touches on just the general being behind in terms of that safety piece. We know we just recently completed not quite complete, but did the first phase of the multimodal path up Lake Trail, and we know that families were waiting for that for many years. And so it really concerns me. I brought this up with the transit, but in terms of when that safer active transportation piece would be implemented. But I also wanted to just have a bit of more understanding about any school district input or anything like that you've learned through the process. Thanks.
Okay, once again.
All right, thank you for the question. Yeah, standard practice to refer development applications of this scale and zonings in general to the school district. So staff can just confirm the information's been shared with them. Our understanding is they're likely interested once they see these things occurring and there's some certainty to them. And just at a very high level, I could just confirm that staff do connect with the appropriate SD 71 operations staff on their school planning at regular intervals, maybe annually checking in on certain topics. And through the OCP engagement process just last fall, there was some operational improvements in our process that were identified for data sharing, et cetera, all with turning our minds to better strategic planning for schools as well. So I guess I'm just outlining our current process, and that there's we're doing the process that I guess we've always done, and that there's an interest to work closer together with the school district in the future.
Great, thank you.
Great, and Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the mayor, to Councillor Morin, and unlikely to some other councillors that were concerned, two particular items that I wanted to touch on. One is active transportation and multimodal corridors. As councillors aware, the city is working with the CBRD to undertake works through the transmission extension project that will happen from throughout the Arden corridor. And as part of that work within Lake Trail to Cumberland, a multi-use path will be constructed as well. So that will connect linkages up to the school district area, which will provide connectivity to the existing Lake Trail path. So that work is happening in parallel. And in terms of transit service, obviously a development of this size, of this substantiveness, would likely provide opportunities for the city to be a driver for that service expansion. If there are multifamily sites, buildings of the nature that can house a multitude of individuals rather than just single family dwellings, Obviously, service expansion and service drivers for BC Transit and through the CBRD as a service provider would be opportunistic for expansion within this corridor. And I'm sure that the city could leverage its relationships as a service provider, a service applicant within that overall broader service to establish effective routing and means. But that would be at a level through staff engagement.
All right, I see some nods and smiles, so I think that was very well received and timely. Thank you for that information. And with that, I'll pass it over to Councillor Gilliker.
Yeah, that's a nice little bout of good news that I was not expecting. So thank you for that update on Arden there. And just more broadly, I think when I see the list of infrastructure, offsite infrastructure, the signaling, turn bays, more signaling, and I appreciate that we don't have the formula yet around what the applicant's component of that is. It does signal to me that I hope that we would have a process around the reprioritization of those DCC projects based on what we are considering approving today and the impacts on safety, particularly around seniors and young people who might be moving into a development like this, based on the road right away, and that there's no sidewalk up to that point. And so just a comment on that, and maybe staff can comment on that. But more broadly, in the same section under transportation in the staff report, it speaks to the infrastructure provisions and bicycle parking provisions complying with zoning bylaw requirements. And so more of a process question similar to the CAC timing piece and OCP and all that, what falls into which OCP and which zoning bylaw. And because we're doing the zoning bylaw work, is this zoning bylaw requirement provisions for the items listed here, is it the zoning bylaw at the time of this rezoning, or is it at the time of subdivision, at the time of building permits? Which zoning bylaw requirements apply and when? The issue of being in stream versus, yeah.
That's right. If the through the mayor, if the zoning bylaw amendment that's coming after this is approved, then the new bike parking will be adopted. And this application, because it's in stream and not approved, would fall under that.
Would fall under the new zoning bylaw. Okay, thanks.
Thanks for the question. We're keeping everybody on their toes tonight. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. Yeah, my questions and comments were, I guess it's a little bit about the OCP. I was under the impression that we had sort of town corridors or city corridors that had good transportation infrastructure like transit, and that's where our density was going to go in. So I guess I'm just a little bit of I'm a little surprised to see this being in line with that when clearly there is no transportation available. And is it maybe just a minor oversight, or is it is the idea that this kind of density right on the edge of the city on a greenfield is possible, so long as there's a hope that a transit route might someday go in?
1 second.
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is getting a bit at what colleague Kyle Shaw there was just talking about, how maybe there's some ability to have some of that more influence in the transit service regional as the city shows the efforts being made to increase transit supportive densities, which are required in order to support viably transit. So again, that chicken and egg. I just kind of revisiting that conversation of densities. I think this is a good time to recognize that, again, the landscape of Courtenay's existing neighborhoods and future neighborhoods is changing from what traditionally the larger lots that we would have been very used to. And that's a change that interestingly had already been shifting with the city's OCP in 2022 and then became mandated with provincial direction that way. So I think this is my own perspective on this is I think we as a community are reckoning with what density means and what is low and what is high, and relatively in the OCP, the new one, now that we have density thresholds, units per gross hectare identified, this actually fits the lower density category. And I know that's hard, that may be hard to realize. But I think, you know, this will be these things that decades from now we look back on how communities in BC were planned, and we'll just things will feel will be, there'll be a new normal, I guess to say. I will say something too about the location and the edge of town component. There's no intention to expand the city's boundaries needed for the OCP and even the 20 years of growth. However, you know, this community is going to exist well beyond 20 years, and the regional growth strategy provides direction on where the city's boundaries should grow. And right around this parcel is the regional district lands that are identified as settlement expansion area for future city of Courtenay expansion. There's no other municipality that's adjacent to it. So I think, you know, as we recognize with 5-year planning cycles of the OCP that are now mandated, that staff would have talked to council about before, there will come a time when it makes sense to be planning for new mixed use nodes close on the edge of town. And I think we were just not ready for that conversation right now with our OCP update that we're in stream on, because there's more housekeeping and making sure it complies with provincial legislation. But that bigger visioning and that regional visioning, I believe that's how we will be doing planning more in the future. And we know we want to work with our regional colleagues on that as well. So I guess I just want to add that context that it won't be the edge of town for forever.
Yeah, and I appreciate the insight. As always, you are doing this at the staff level as well, but we're trying to balance, you know, our desires for environmental sensitivity and, you know, transportation, obviously, and of course we care about the economics of it. Like, does it actually work, and can we get houses? Another piece that I think is more of an on the ground gut feeling is that the topography is quite hilly here. So if you live at the top end of this, you know, it's a long ways up to ride a bike, for instance. It's a big difference between the top of the slot and the bottom of the slot. And so that really affects the ability to, well, even to walk, but especially to ride a bike. And I would suggest that this is actually a fairly bikeable neighborhood, except for the fact that it's, you know, it's got 200 meters or about maybe 100 meters of elevation change from top to bottom. So yeah, I think that's the biggest challenge here, is trying to figure out how people are going to get around. And of course, the surprise is that we all thought we were sitting around trying to get people at the center of town and in a walkable situation. And then we have, you know, you say it's not dense, and I probably have to agree, but it's still a massive number of units. So we have a large number of units going into a place with no transit. So it is a challenge. Yeah, I just wanted to share my thoughts on that and see if there was any more information from staff or from the developer on that subject.
Thank you so much, Councillor. And through the mayor, just for a point of clarification, the site doesn't have 200 meters of slope associated with it. It's a 6% slope if you go from end to end, with a 3% slope in the developable area. So that's, I mean, from my experience, pretty walkable.
Excellent, I appreciate that. And maybe as a follow-up to that question, just because there seems to be some echoes of development over by Mission Road, which had started out with our actual density goals and ended up at the end being the minimum allowable. And you know, sometimes we don't know with the way the sausage maker works, like where development may have started with that density, and we just see what's in front of us today. So just wondering, you know, if we go back to the beginning of this development, if there was a higher density that was shooting for to begin with, or has it been pretty straight all the way through, given the feedback?
I think it's been pretty similar the whole way through. You know, I think what we encountered was the introduction of the small scale multi-unit housing zoning, which really changed the landscape for everything. But you know, this site, through, you know, offering a mixture of different housing forms, whether it's apartment units, townhouses, single family homes with suites, that was kind of the original intention. The biggest challenge on this site, I mean, maybe not obviously, but obviously is the environmental impact. We have wildlife corridors that go through it. We have streams, wetlands, sedge lands, protected trembling aspen. And then to your point, Councillor, earlier when you mentioned the concern of trees and wind throw. So we take into account the boundaries that exist from a legal perspective on protecting the environment, but then we have to protect it even further through the addition of maintaining those mature trees from a wind throw perspective to ensure that the wildlife corridor and the neighboring parcels are protected in those wind events. So the developable area has really shrunk quite a bit, and you can see that within just the overall, over 33% protected from an environmental standpoint. We've exceeded our 5% dedication for parks by 22%. So we're really trying to make it a very livable, walkable, community-oriented neighborhood that can fit an aging in place, right? So people can, have their kids grow up there through the parks and nice walkable areas and experience nature without damaging it would be our kind of intention with some of the trails and elevated platforms to the wetlands.
Excellent. Thanks for that insight. Pass it over to Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thank you. This is the last time I'll speak on this tonight, I promise. Yeah, with just connecting to the transit issue, which is unfortunately largely out of our control. I think that this area actually probably has already a population that would support the transit route that's laid out in the transit improvement plan. The challenge is that we're 5 years behind on that plan because the expansion is dependent on funding from BC Transit to get the transit hours. And the reason why we're 5 years behind is because each year we apply for the transit improvements and we usually don't get them. We did get them in the last round of funding and that's being rolled out. But in the meantime, I think it was just in the last month, BC Transit has announced that they have essentially canceled any transit improvements in BC. So we'll be in the lineup with everybody else that has contemplated improvements that we'd like to see. So, I mean, it's not that the need for that improvement hasn't already been identified and met in terms of, transit usage, but it is an open question as to when we'll be able to service that area. So, I mean, that is a challenge for me. The scale of this is significant and it will have an impact on traffic right across the west side of Courtenay because there's really no amenities that people can walk to other than nature amenities, which are great. But I mean, in terms of getting groceries or going to a coffee shop or a restaurant, any of those things, they're potentially decades away. And that's another challenge that I have with this is that, when we see greenfield development in this day and age, we want to see development that has a vision for a neighborhood and connection and amenities. And essentially what we have here, which I do appreciate that we have prioritized, a wildlife corridor that's been identified there, but there is no looking toward the fact that there is already kind of an existing neighborhood beside and the potential for, a few hundred residents to move in, and at no point is there going to be, a restaurant or any kind of gathering like a business that people would gather around and use as a benefit to the neighborhood or the residents. So it's hard for me to, aside from meeting our housing goals, which, I mean, you could argue then that any development that provides housing is supportable. I think it needs to meet more than just the criteria of building out some residential lots and potentially townhouses and an apartment building later. I think that a 4-story building is not a huge challenge for me. It's more the size and where we're at with services in that area of town. That's the challenge. I think a 4-story building can be done right in just about anywhere inside the city boundaries, but it's really the number of units that we're talking about and the lack of services that already exist in this area. It's a real real challenge to see how that's not going to create demands on the city for improved infrastructure that are going to be funded by the existing residents. So that's my real challenge with this right now.
Thanks for that. I do see that we have Ms. O'Connell online.
Thanks very much, and apologies, Mayor. Without the visual cues, I can't tell if I'm intercepting other members of council. But I just wanted to kind of frame this because there's been a lot of really great discussions tonight about both the considerations and the concerns both raised by residents and council, and also reflected by staff in the acknowledgement that we're really in this transition period. So really the rezoning right now before council is in alignment with the OCP. There's been lots of discussion around the rate it'll take the development to build out, and that also allows us time to plan for and mitigate any of the impacts, or as much as is reasonably possible, of that development through all of those strategies that would still need to be developed once we have a better picture and more concrete information on the exact plans as they're moving forward through each of the phases. I just want to acknowledge, like members of council have mentioned, the number of attachments to this rezoning application. There has been a significant amount of work that's already been put in at this very early stage. And I really consider that is indicative of what we can expect to come should council consider giving this third reading this evening, and we progress to creating those strategic plans for the various areas. For council's awareness, and these are just too early in the hopper to really talk about more fulsomely, but we are seeing quite a bit of interest in development and along the Cumberland corridor. So this project, if it was to move forward, is not the only one that is going to be driving demand for transit, other forms of service, and the required and necessary infrastructure upgrades that are going to be needed in order to service our growing community both now and into the future. There's been a lot of talk about chickens and eggs and what comes first, or do you build it and will they come, or do you get them to come and build it while they're going? And there's been reference to the importance of the DCCs, and that is a really big component of this, is that we're in this challenge today where we're struggling between do we do chicken or egg, because we have not raised enough funds previously to build out our infrastructure in order to create space for things like this into the future. So this is going to continue to be a challenge and a pressure point and balance as council continues to consider rezoning applications or others that really we have to build the infrastructure in order to provide it. For this one, because of the alignment with the OCP and because of the residential nature of it, it does fall under the prohibition for a public hearing. So we do our best through the community information meetings to provide an avenue to connect the community directly with the developer. We've seen a level of responsiveness from the developer that is really creating a situation of a good faith, at least in working with the city in meeting all of our expectations so far moving forward. So it is, as Nancy Gothard has mentioned, we're developing in a way that we try to anticipate the best we can. And unfortunately, sometimes you can't say we want it here, but not here. It does have a bit of a life of its own. And it's just whether or not there's enough pieces in place and information now for council to be willing to take that next step to allow us to start developing some of those more in-depth plans to progress the development further so we can start answering some of these questions that council and the residents have been posing more concretely. And I will leave council to their discussion at this point.
All right, thanks for that insight. It's much appreciated. We have Councillor Frisch and then Councillor Moore, and potentially for the last word. Oh, sorry, I got to turn your mic on, don't I?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the correction. You're right, it's not 100 meters from top to bottom, but it is quite a rise from the town center down at Quality Foods up to it might be more in the area of 60 or 70 meters. Not an inconsequential rise, but you're right, it's not 200 meters. I did have a question about Slade Road, and was that earmarked for improvements as well because of this development?
I can answer. So we had, thank you, Councillor, through the mayor. We did have our traffic impact assessment address that through a side memo, and it recognized that the access to Cumberland from Slade Road did not pose a specific risk, but it was recommended to review additional speed signage.
Right, okay. And I guess what we've been hearing tonight is that before adoption of this rezoning, that we would finalize all these pieces around infrastructure and who's paying for them and all the rest of that. And if in fact that's something that's being negotiated, does that mean we aren't into the new development cost charges bylaw? Would still be dealing with the old one? I know you mentioned it would maybe be in, maybe be out. And how would that affect negotiations on these projects?
Yeah, thank you for the question on the DCCs. I'll start with that. The trigger for the payment and kind of the in-stream application would not be the zoning application. It would be one of the following applications, either the subdivision or the building permit. So just recognizing the fact that we have a development cost charge update on the horizon, and when the applicant applies for the subdivision could affect that your very question right there. The other part, if you don't mind me kind of revisiting one of your previous questions about CACs and ACCs and how similar. So we were just looking at the tables. I will say very broadly speaking, they're pretty comparable. So and one thing though that I do think should be mentioned right now is there is, as we understand more in the detail of the development applicants, sequencing, timing really matters on this question, is the fact that there's certain protections from the incoming amenity cost charge that this development will have, and there's certain phases that will not be protected from the ACCs. And so traditionally, before we had the ACC regime, a developer would only be thinking about community amenity contributions. And now, and so that is the amount that's been negotiated, let's say under the old framework before the ACCs, a total amount that the developer is factoring in for still development viability. The part I just do want to clarify, and it has to do with some incoming information that's very, very recent, is that it's advised to us that we understand with more certainty through this next phase between third reading and fourth reading, if council decides for any readings, is to understand what ACCs could apply to exactly which phases. And that could mean that at the final adoption of this bylaw, that staff are identifying a differently configured amenity package. The developer also identified this evening, maybe there's a housing agreement option that's still in there. So I think it's probably valuable to identify that the negotiation of the amenities identified in this report is under the existing OCP's guidance, and there is an amount there. And the specificity of how all our growth contribution tools are being developed right now and how they're going to apply to this in-stream application is something we need to do our due diligence on and report back. So I just realized that nuance had not been communicated yet, and council should be aware of that.
Yeah, thanks for that information. I'm also curious about the DCC list and these projects we're talking about, an intersection here or an upgrade there. Are they already in our new DCC list, and will that, are those things captured and contemplated as these phases get put through?
I thank you for the opportunity for further clarification. I'm just looking at it right now, the DCC list. And I'm not seeing these particular, I do see some additional intersections, but they're not identified as specific intersections. I'm not seeing the Arden, Cumberland, 20th Street area named in the DCC project list. So I'm just studying it right now as I'm speaking. I apologize for that.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, thanks for that. That's just the thought I had on my mind. I'll leave it at that.
Great, thanks, Councillor Frisch. I'll pass it to Councillor Moran and if any other councillors.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, well, first of all, I really appreciate I mean, these, these developments, they create a ton of work for everybody. I know everyone's trying to do their due diligence. So I acknowledge, the developer, and the work that's been done. I also have to say that with the emails that we received, I don't know if I've seen a level of kind of sophistication in terms of the feedback that we received. The real homework that people did in terms of looking at, the regional growth strategy, the OCP, and all of the different plans, and really digging in and really trying to get an understanding of what our policies are, and even though not necessarily understanding why this does fit into the OCP. And I just really appreciated the work that people put into really thoughtful feedback. So I wanted to acknowledge that. I'm still struggling. I really appreciate staff's explanation about how, down the road this will feel like a fit. But right now we are in that transition phase, and it just feels almost like it's a bit too early for this in terms of the density and being away from services. And I wanted to bring up those particular plans. So the regional growth strategy talks about sustainable development supported by infrastructure. We've already identified some infrastructure gaps, protects ecosystems. Again, we're hearing that doesn't happen until after the rezoning in terms of really looking at a comprehensive plan. But there's some nervousness around that. The OCP talks about many of the things that are this council's trademark in terms of climate action, equity, community well-being. When you look at accessibility to services, that's an equity issue. When you look at how far you have to walk to a bus stop, when you talk about affordability, all those things are equity issues, and so those are things that I'm talking about. And then, of course, our strategic plan, and then we go back to the Arden Corridor local action, area plan, which talks about respecting existing neighborhood character. Development must not compromise environment. Those are all things that, to me, I think there's been some will to align with those things, but I don't know if I see complete alignment with all of the regional growth strategy, Arden Corridor, and the OCP completely in that. So those are the things that I'm struggling with here, that I think are just making the decision very difficult. So I'm not sure if there's any other speakers, but I guess that's me for now. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. We do have Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks again, Mayor. Just a quick question about the suggestion that we waive the, the preliminary layout review of the subdivision. What's the reason behind waiving that at this point? Is that usually something that we get before adoption?
Through the chair, the preliminary land, the PLR, for subdivision normally is adopted before final reading. And because this will probably be phased and subdivision will be applied for in phase, we're one of the option that we're recommending, with the other option as backup, is that the PLR we're waiving the requirement for the PLR to be approved before final reading of the zoning bylaw amendment for the land use. And that allows us then to negotiate the PLR and put all the standards on the PLR per phase, depending on what the use is going to be. Because you would have different requirements for the apartment than you would for the townhouses, than you would for the single detached. And so that's why the recommendation is to waive it in this instance. And then I think that it's really important to understand that while the land is being applied for zoning, there's all these studies that need to be done. And the PLR would have to be done for each phase of subdivision. It'd have to go through all the development permits, and there's environmental development permits here, as well as, and that would deal with all the other issues about the road layout. So, I mean, this is the start of a journey. We're not finished this. And I understand that there can be some concern that some of these things could get dropped. But with the process we have in place, all of these things are considered at each stage.
Thank you. That does make sense. And I guess I'm trying to, like, nobody loves to see all these trees chopped down, and but everyone wants the houses. So what I'm trying to imagine is, how do we get from something that feels uncomfortable to a yes, like this can happen, we can get more houses, and it can work for the community. I kind of have a question for the developer, and have you considered any commercial space to sort of address some of these walkability concerns? Like if someone wanted to just get some milk, could you have like a commercial space for that purpose in this? I mean, it would also serve the other surrounding houses and streets.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through the mayor, commercial wasn't really contemplated because of the OCP. Wouldn't be in alignment, but just from a market economics perspective, commercial just would not work. It's not the density that you need for something to become viable. So if this project were to go through and other developments, as staff had noted, then potentially commercial would work on some property, but you don't have Cumberland Road frontage. You know, there's a whole host of barriers there. I love commercial, especially centering neighborhoods around commercial opportunities. But to be frank, it's not that high of density to make any commercial really work.
Okay, fair argument. And I'm also picking up that a lot of our concerns are to be addressed after third reading and before adoption. So, you know, with that, I don't see any more lights on. I'd actually be happy to move the recommendation, knowing that this comes back to council and we can chew on these issues around servicing, around transportation, around environmental concerns and tree bylaw, retention at that point. So I'll move the recommendation. Thanks.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Hillian.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think Councillor Frisch made some good points, but primarily, despite the concerns expressed, Ms. O'Connell's comments, I think carry a fair amount of weight, you know, and, having worked hand in hand with staff on this development. And, you know, nothing is perfect. We are a growing community. We need housing. We can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I think that the work of future councils will be to continue to build the infrastructure to support this growing community. Thanks.
Thanks for your comments. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And yeah, I'm going to support this because I actually really want to see what comes of these plans. However, based on the commentary tonight, I just want to confirm with staff that the issues of the upgrading of the infrastructure in the surrounding neighborhood, TCCs, the financing of that, if that could be part of this. And then following up, and thank you to the developer for being open to having a conversation around a housing agreement, because that would also be something that I would like to see for a fourth reading. And just want to capture that that's something that staff, do you need explicit direction for those items, or is that going to be included in a fourth reading?
I think we feel the conversation is providing clear enough direction. I don't think it needs to be formalized in the resolution per se.
All right, I see no further lights. So we got the motion on the floor. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And we have Councillors Cole Hamilton, McCollum, and Councillor Moran opposed, and motion carries, I believe. All right, next we have zoning bylaw 3203, 2026. I'll pass it over to Pat.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thanks,
very
Ms.
much,
Maloney.
Mayor. Before you tonight is the application brought forward by staff to rescind and replace zoning bylaw 2500/2007 and replace it with bylaw 3202/2026. This is phase one of the modernization of the bylaw, and this includes the administrative and a procedural changes to the bylaw to update it for housekeeping, as we call it. So the city of Courtenay will be initiating phase two of the zoning bylaw, the modernization that starts in April. And the second phase will be a comprehensive review with a process that will include extensive public stakeholder and development engagement. We'll tackle other issues in the zoning bylaw that go beyond administrative. Stantec Consulting has been engaged. They helped with phase one, but they will also be helping significantly in the phase two of the bylaw. And this is a much more substantive review. So tonight's phase one amendment had 5 primary purposes. The first was to make changes to accommodate Bill 25, provincial legislation regulation, to ensure that housing, basically anything over 280 square meters, can have 4 residential units. So the zoning bylaw did have several restrictive zones, and now this replaces, it adds secondary suites and ADUs to pretty much every lower density residential zone. Other administrative changes and references have been made, including adding definitions for uses that were previously not defined. So a bit of a housekeeping to make sure that we can have proper interpretation of the bylaw. The third area is that we did update the bicycle parking requirements. This still ensures that there is sufficient bike parking for residential development, but it also reflects the unit sizes, how many stalls per size of unit. It adds a wash and repair facility where there are more than 20 bike parking stalls required, and it makes a very clear delineation between what used to be class 2 and class 1, now called long-term or resident, and short-term or visitor bike parking. We've also added a new mixed use zone, MU6, that reflects more the type of development that we're seeing applications for. It will hopefully reduce the number of variances that are required and may improve the financial viability for these mixed use developments, and therefore we may see more of them. It does not specifically rezone any property. It's just putting it in the zoning bylaw so any future developer builder could potentially use it. The other thing that we have done is we've consolidated and updated 3 of the comprehensive development zones to comply with the proposed OCP and housing requirements under the Act and ensure they meet the regulations and are not restrictive. It reflects existing development. It conforms to the proposed OCP, represents a strategic alliance with the city's policies. And for example, comprehensive development zone 1, Crown Isle, which was put in the bylaw over 30 years ago, needed some tidying up, and it now specifically reflects the built form that's there and is not restrictive anymore, will aid in meeting housing targets, promote walkability, reinforce key hubs like the town center and the future Anderton Neighborhood Center. We note that there was an error in the final preparation of the bylaw. I take that as the newbie. 2 uses were not included in the CD1 zone. And so the motion is to amend the bylaw with the change to add restaurant and retail in section 833(2). Those uses were missed, and it's very critical to have them in there because that is part of the town center.
Excellent. And then once that's done, then we'll do the second one. All right. Excellent. Any questions or comments? Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks for the report, and this all makes sense for the most part. I just wanted a little bit of explanation on the additional information that was included with the CD1 zone and There's a builder scheme that exists, or that's referred to in the report, that limits the housing to single detached development. And that's can be, I guess, enforced between residents. I assume that if you have this on your lot, you go ahead and you make an ADU according to the city's zoning policy that we're changing, that you're all good with the city, and then your neighbor can take you to court over that? Is that how, is that?
Through the mayor,
correct?
yes. These building schemes were put on years ago when people were very concerned that they didn't want such things as secondary suites or carriage houses. So what we have done is in the CD1, we have put secondary suites and ADUs. If someone chose to do that on their property where there's a builder scheme, it would basically be their neighbors that have to do civil litigation against it. And the province recognizes that these exist. And certainly Crown Isle is not the only place. I mean, Kelowna is loaded with them. I mean, they're everywhere.
Yeah.
The province doesn't know how to do it unless the province decides to do a major renovation of the Land Titles Act. So they are restrictive in that they have a builder scheme, but they are not restrictive under the bylaw. And so the province does not consider us having restricted zones.
Okay, so I mean, practically speaking, if you wanted to do something like this and you were on good terms with your neighbors and you chatted with all of them, you might feel okay about it, but you probably want to talk to a lawyer first too.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Councilor McCollum. And I don't think I see anything online. Councilor Joker.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And just really quickly, did we do, I understand the rationale for, bike parking, the rationale provided in the staff report. So I know that we have some policy objectives related to active transportation and the amount of members in the community that are getting around in the community through active ways. And so have we done any analysis on this change on those projections and our objectives?
I can add, thank you for the question. To the topic of city policies on off-street bike parking and other alternative transportation to the vehicle and things that we'd probably call transportation demand management measures, there will be all of those looked at in the phase 2 zoning bylaw. So for instance, could car share options be included as part of a parking provision, understanding that the detail of where that, that shared car, who's providing it, who's it available, it could be worked through. But innovations like that certainly will be looked at. The bike. So I guess I just want to acknowledge kind of maybe the depth and the corners around which we want to look at how to accommodate off-street parking needs that traditionally would just be parking needs, whether that's cars, and then more recently we accommodated bikes. In terms of the policy objectives, we have been observing, and I know the Stantec team did an analysis of standard practices, that it is suitable to scale the number of bike parking requirements to size of unit. So that's fitting with I guess there's the policy to help people get biking, and then there's the practice that is appropriate to fit that policy depending on the type of unit there. So I guess I know I'm being very verbose. I guess I just want to say that the phase 2 zoning bylaw is an opportunity to look at parking really comprehensively. And then the housekeeping was an opportunity to build flexibility into how bikes can be accommodated into developments, because we were seeing some of the rigidity of the standards were just prohibitive and not, we could understand how they weren't appropriate in every instance. So I hope I'm providing some context there.
Yeah, that's helpful. And that's the piece I think I'm really clear on and support in terms of being more flexible around how we actually meet the needs of residents. I guess my question was more around the potential reduction of the new zoning bylaw regulations related to bike parking on the OCP's objectives related to active transportation, and if we had done any projections on that reduction and the impact of that.
To answer your question more simply, those specific projections being modeled, no. But again, that's, there's other ways as well to incentivize more bike parking. For instance, particularly if the development's in the right location, connected to great cycling infrastructure, maybe there's less car infrastructure parking required. So again, I think I'm actually getting in the weeds now of potential policy tools. But to answer your question, those projections were not specifically modeled.
Okay. Do you have one other question?
Okay, one follow-up, just a time check that it is 8:45.
Okay, yeah, this is more around the next steps. So just from, again, feedback that we've heard around engagement with the development community, I see here under next steps on page 6 of the staff report. Just wondering if you can speak more broadly around how the engagement, less so around the public engagement, but more specifically with the development community and what that looks like for phase 2.
Through the chair, absolutely. As you may be aware that we hold bi-monthly meetings, developer lunches, and we focus on special topics. And so, for example, on April the 14th, we are having a developers lunch, and we will be focusing on the phase 2 of the zoning bylaw and engaging the developers on some of the top areas that they have identified, that we have identified, where the zoning bylaw really needs to be analyzed and modernized. So we have opened the door, opened the communications. There's a special developer webpage now, and so we're providing information out. We hope we would get positive feedback from the development industry, and we're really trying to engage with them and communicate more and listen to what they're saying. And these bike regulations are one of the things that they said was a bit of a killer.
All right, thanks so much for that. And I do see that Ms. O'Connell may have some additional comments.
I'll be very quick, but one of the pieces we've built into the engagement process for the phase 2 is the first meeting that Pat is referring to is really to make sure that before we start doing the dig dive into comparable municipalities, looking at current best practices and future potential practices, that we're not missing the mark right off from the beginning of the process. So rather than assuming we know where we need to look, we want to confirm that with the development community itself. There is a second round of engagement that comes in after a lot of that environmental, a lot of that comparison municipality research is being done. And the second phase of the engagement on the more minutia and having a better understanding of the impacts of various changes will start taking place post the election in the fall. And then as far as like the timeline goes for when this bylaw, the more comprehensive review comes forward, you'd be looking at 2027, likely the end of Q1 or early Q2. So this is everything from, as our city manager likes to say, soup to nuts. And really, we're starting with the conversation to make sure that we understand, obviously, the interests and pinch points and pain points and objectives of the city, but also wanting to hear from those who are being impacted by the application and interpretation of the bylaw as we move forward. And this was something that has been adjusted based on the feedback we've had through the development of the DCCs and ACCs, just making sure that we're really engaging frequently and adjusting our approach as we're going along based on that meaningful engagement, but also making sure that we're meeting the objectives of both council, the community, and the development community on a whole, because we really are symbiotic at the heart of it. So we definitely rely on each other, and we all need to just kind of come to the table and have a frank conversation about what we're both trying to achieve. And that's going to take quite a bit of time, but we have a plan in place to do so.
Excellent. Thanks very much. For some reason, we were getting some feedback. It could be we're getting ready to turn into a pumpkin. I'm not too sure. If there's no further questions or comments, I think we've had a fulsome discussion. Yes, it was. Yeah. Okay. So based on that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And motion carries. Then the last thing on here is council reports. I'll just look around. Does anybody want to say anything? Maybe if nobody wants to say anything, I will just take 10 seconds to acknowledge Councillor Cole Hamilton had been to Africa to do some great work. And so I just want to acknowledge what you did. So thank you for doing that. And in the meantime, I see Councillor Moran has put up their hand. But Councillor Cole Hamilton, if you want to speak to that.
It was kind of you to mention that. I just wanted to say for the record, the work was entirely volunteer and the funding came entirely from the government of Canada, just to make sure we're all clear on how it came about. But yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate that, Mayor.
Awesome. And thanks for clarifying. And Councillor Moran.
Thanks, Mayor. I know it's been a long night, but I did want to mention that Councillor McCollum and I were at LGLA over the last few weeks. And sorry.
Keep
Did I
going.
miss
No,
something?
sorry.
Okay.
Councillor McCollum was leaving and she's come back in. So keep going.
Oh, okay. And yeah, and actually Councillor McCollum was a panelist on one of the topics on asset management, and she did a phenomenal job. Like really, really, really well done. She almost had a fan club. Other communities were coming and talking to her, and she really laid things out well, what we're doing in the city. And yeah, I was just super impressed with her presentation and just wanted to acknowledge her. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor McCollum. Do you have any comments? Okay, Councillor McCollum says thanks to Councillor Moran. And with that, we'll call our meeting to adjourn. Moving camera. My apologies. It wasn't on my piece of paper here. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.